Pung, how's it going? Good evening. Welcome to some more Cities Nonsense back in Plainville. Bring the music down a little bit. Okay. How was the race? It was wet. It was rainy up here. But other than that, good. Crazy traffic. A lot of people there. Just like that. It was like that. Exactly like that. That's what it looked like. This song is off Epidemic. It's by Ben Elson, who has a couple good bangers. I will be honest. Arcaders, as in like going to the arcade. ERS. Ben Elson, ELSON. I'm pretty sure you can find him on Spotify. A lot of good synthwavy stuff. Some of it a little more sci-fi and ambient, but a good artist for sure. Okay, just game into in-game. Okay. We had a lot of people. I haven't looked at the tram lines, and apparently I'm running different size cars on different lines. Did I change that for one line and then never go back and look at the other lines? That sounds like me. That sounds like something I would do. Why don't we find out? Get ready for daylight. Sunglasses. Okay. We've got some things happening. What do we got going on the map? This area over here is trouble. We got, take care of this real quick. We got a lot of residential demand right now, like a lot. And that, no, don't meteor, mouse, don't meteor. Oh my God, I almost meteored. I was so close. I swear to God, I almost dropped a meteor. I'm like so instinctively switching to meteors for streams. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why, but that could have been bad. That could have been very bad. Yeah, way to start the stream for sure. Yeah, I know. We don't need more of our hopes and dreams crushed in a crater. So here's what I'm thinking. Springdale is kind of like blocky in here behind, which is, it's okay, but I want to extend this out this way and keep knocking out this old structure, which really wasn't well insulated or broken up. It was just really bolted on as I needed more and more, and I'm just rethinking the movement around the map quite a bit. Like I think we're doing a decent job over here. Info views wise, let's see. How's traffic? 82%. Like we got one stupid intersection coming into the city right now. Everything else is pretty good. I mean, oh, do I need to do a toll booth over here? I should probably do a toll booth over here. Everywhere into the city from the highway should get a toll booth. That is an end goal. So we've got at least 3 more tolls to build. But I'm pretty happy with this bit right here, right? I think I said this on the other stream. If we look at Rockdale, it is the suburbs in behind the 2-lane one-way streets with the trams over here, which is our beltway. And there's a couple roads that connect all the way from the beltway to the interior. There's a few of them. And if they handle any major traffic like this 4-lane, then I've actually cleared them up to be this little bit of a parkway. And I'm going to put some trees in here. And when I was driving around, like it actually when I was driving around. Sure, whatever. Just crashing into stuff right away. Okay, let's get everybody on 1 time speed so I don't look like I'm a slowpoke. But it's kind of like when the trees are here, it's kind of nice. It gives it had a nice parkway feel when there weren't buildings right on the edge. And sure, trees are popping in like crazy, but what can we do? Other than run a bunch of poles over, it's fine. Don't worry about that. We just drive right through vehicles. I don't even know. Okay, really? It would have been great if they implemented the triggers to be gas and brake, but okay, well, you get the point. You get the point. Driving is not good around here. But it's got a pretty good feel, right? I think. That was actually the main road off the highway. So that one's going to be a little bit busier. This one is going to be a little bit quieter in terms of traffic. And this just rolls through the neighborhood. We won't zone right on the edge. Is this a child healthcare? We should move that a little bit. Yo, what's up, Sin? Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by. Just looking at the nonsense. So I'm pretty, like I said, I'm pretty happy with Rockdale in that regard. And kind of want to do the same thing over here with what Springdale is. It's an insulated neighborhood in behind there. But there's just this mess that was connected to the old grid structure. And with all the demand that we have right now, we're slowly eating into the money, but I think it's the time to do the next neighborhood. No worries either way. We're chilling. Got the synthwave on tonight for now, and remodeling some neighborhoods here. I think this hotel's making us a good amount of money. This is gonna hurt when we take this out, so we got to get the economy back up and running before I delete that thing and the main street. Okay, let's take everything out over here. This is gonna be a little interesting. So I think we changed this. We're gonna build a grid off of this street and integrate it with the top of Springdale, and then we'll fold everything in together and maybe have a little. This was always the intention of this park, so we'll have a park that kind of divides the larger downtown area. But the downtown area is too large. There should be a couple skyscrapers spread out here and there, and we'll work on that. I feel like this is too serious. This is another Ben Elson. This is what I'm talking about. This is the other side of the spectrum, Kung. This is like I'm pretty sure I used this in a Starfield video. You know, I don't know if it's appropriate right now. There we go. That's there. Look, it's a beat. Hey. Okay, we're gonna come in here. We're gonna clean out everything. Let's say this isn't even connected well right now. I think I started to rebuild this over here. I did so we could have a bus and transport center. It's not as pretty, but functionally it will do the same thing when we cut everything over. Actually, are we getting rid of it now? It is kind of right smack in the middle of what I want to do. Okay, it's been so good to us. It's really been so good to us. This might actually be a good chunk of money that we miss out on right here. I may have to set up some shady parks quickly tonight. We'll get rid of that as well. What we got over here? Fire. Ooh, a bunch of crematoriums. I have not looked at service coverage in a while. I wonder what I've done to things. I'm sure fire coverage is fine, right? Watch you a lot and enjoyed everything. Appreciate that, Gooseman. Welcome. We're tearing apart an old city of Plainville and keeping some of the larger ideas, but just really coming in and gutting it. Like this right here. This is obviously a zoning mistake where I had a bunch of single space zones, I'm assuming. Yeah, that's not intentional. We certainly don't need that many ice cream stores. In fact, I need to de-zone that, not just. So let's clean that up. Okay. So that gives us a little bit of room. We should fix this road. Maybe even... Is that too close to the other 4-lane? That might make sense for a 4-lane and then not zone on that road. I think we could do that. And then build off another similar sized neighborhood. We'll meet up in the middle and find a way to wedge a park in there into that structure. But that also means this has to go. I hope we have enough money to do this and not totally bankrupt the city. Where can we put this for now? Do we still have a do we still have space over here? Okay, that works. Cemetery will have to move. I dumped these over here, didn't I? I didn't want to necessarily use these. We maybe can use them over this way on this build. Maybe we do all the mall stuff up in this square. May not be bad. Easy highway access, transport, nightlife. We'll do a little bit of everything in Woodland Square. And it should be far enough away from where we're building our next residential neighborhood, I think. So we're good. Man, this is probably not recommended. Okay, we'll look at how we tie that in. I think that was too close to the existing intersection down here. I think we come in like halfway through that block and hook in over there. And then this other road on the other side can come in down to the main street. AC, what's going on? Happy Saturday. Or as the guy, you wouldn't, like, I swear to God, I'm not making this up. My buddy Eris from Paris took me out to, he's in LA now, but Eris from Paris took me out to this club he liked to frequent. This is a great little drinking spot, like chill lounge, good music, really loud. He didn't warn me that, like, at 3 a.m. when it's closing time, they just turn these incredibly bright lights on and cut the music, like, instantly. It was a very harsh way to end the evening. I would have left it, 2:50 had I known how bad that would harsh everything. But the doorman there, every time I went a few times. He was a regular apparently. But every time you come up to the door, bonsoir. So, bonsoir. But it was like real gravelly, and like it lasted a few seconds. Okay, this road we have to fix. This is what? Why would I do this? Why would I hook out to come back in at an angle? What was I doing? This doesn't make any sense. This is terrible. If this is a good grid, we go straight off of that. This looks like a good grid. Okay, can we do this? We can't because these are historical or something. That one was. Yeah, I mean, what I don't know what you are expecting from me, but like, I think like maybe if I was copying my friend's, him trying to, his French accent speaking in American, I could do that very well. But no, my French is busted French Canadian, so any attempt at French is going to be busted French Canadian. Okay, we'll curve the whole road out a little bit like that because I don't think we're planning on zoning on this. In fact, we might even 4-lane it. I just don't know if it's too close. It's not too close in theory to the other one because this one is cutting through a commercial district. This one will be cutting through some trees, but also providing roadway access to the residential district tucked in behind. So We got to do something a little bit different though. It's just gonna hook in a little differently. Okay, what's left over here? A park. I've spent so much money moving stuff around the map. It's awful. It's got to be so awful. Can I please tuck this right there, please? Please? No. Okay. Can we put it over here? We'll be back for you. Don't worry. We won't leave you there. Okay, what is under here? Is this... Man, we got a lot of subway to redo and clean up. And also having just deleted that bus station, that is something that I do need to make a priority to set up again. Because that does, like the park, people using the transport and the park were really key. So we should look at setting that up again. I'm going to leave that station there because this one, I don't think that street's going anywhere. That street is a fixture at this point. We've been basically building around that. Is this not, that's a station that's crooked like that? So I must have moved that after? I'm going to leave that just in case, like that's intent. I don't know that neighborhood's staying, but I could delete that later. Is that that's another station that close? That's unintentional. That's got to be unintentional. That is tram. I think we're still using that. I'll be careful over here. I'm not going to bust that up just yet. And then we got an express. It looks like coming from the... Man, okay, okay, I'm sorry. We don't have to deal with that right now. That's a mess. Oh yeah, vacation, right? We're not mid vacation. We're starting vacation. Don't let me get you thinking about middle of vacation already. It's not even close. You're just starting. Okay, we'll get some neighborhoods going here. So I think we got to look at it this way. This is going to be a 4-lane, and this is going to come in. Is that too close? I want to be on like that, on that one, right there. How about we do that? And then what do we want? Just in case, because we got trams everywhere, because it's that kind of town. We can always remove the tram roads later. It's a lot easier to remove them than to set up networks and rely on them and then not have them. This has been our go-to. Plus, we have if we frame enough 4-lane roads everywhere and get the yellow everywhere, then it doesn't look as weird if it's everywhere. Okay, we'll be back for that road, for that bit. We could probably. I gotta move these twice to do it. I want to turn these sideways and move them next to the road I'm about to expand, but no, game. No, it wants me to move it to upgrade. To move it. That shouldn't have to be multiple steps. Come on. And charging me money the whole time. What's up, Decoy? What's up, King? Would I ever start a new series? Like a new city? I'm probably very soon. The question is the hunt for the next map. So I'm really happy with this one from a 9-tile perspective. Honu Island's another good 9-tile. But I'd look at another remastered 25-tile for sure. But yes, I am considering doing a remastered soon. But the map is the question. I really want to find the right map to get inspired and get the wrong map, get frustrated with it, you know. So something's gonna be fun and different enough. Okay, I got to keep an eye on coverage. I also got to maybe not let the game play while we're doing all this, because this is gonna get expensive. We'll worry about pipes afterwards. I don't even want to show you what's going on with the pipes. Some people would be very upset. We'll work off the existing grid if we can. So our crossroads are going to be. Oh, come on! Are you serious? I want better precision than that. In fact, we're going to go past this so that we can come into these roads from the side. Really? Really, that's how you're going to do this? Okay. I can deal with that. I'm okay with that. And then will this connect decent? That's not bad. And then we just got to kind of play with this space to maximize the zoning and figure out where we want to. I think what we do is kind of stick. Well, yeah, we stick off of this. Keep things pretty tight in there. Maybe have a bunch of dead end streets even. That might be okay there. And then if we cut off the zoning, I know you can do it with a tool, but for right now we can do it with a fence as well. Is this suburban? Let's do the park fence here, because that will cut off our zoning just as well. And then when we lay the road down, we can actually have a couple houses tucked in there. What do we do with the ends though? Like, do we do the same thing back here? Like, do we fence off this community until I de-zone the road? Be so much easier. So we'll go to like there. I don't want, what do I not want? Road guidelines off. Just let me snap the grid. I'm probably going to kill all my nodes, but on a 9-tile map, maybe I can get away with it. So, like, we could have some houses down on the ends of these streets if we wanted to. You know, do we have a dead... Like, what do we do down here with the office? Like, I don't want buildings immediately here. Maybe we do this. Let's delete this last segment. I want road guides back on, though. Let's come out like halfway, 5 units. That could be an okay little neighborhood. Let's see what the sizing looks like though. So we'd have a house here for sure. Maybe one next to it right there. Those are almost all full lots, which is okay. And I'm not going to do this one. We're going to fill this side with trees. We'll even do a couple small lots there. I might come in and clean up the really small lots, depending on what they look like. Like, some of them can be okay. Some of them are like, you know, tiny little shacks next to gigantic houses like this. And that doesn't make a lot of sense. But we do what we can. We do what we can. Spaghetti pipes, please. I mean, I don't disappoint on that one. We have not been back to fix pipes. And Plainville, I was still in the DGAF phase. I do care now. I do keep them much cleaner now. I'm going to show you. If you have a problem with mess, I'm warning you to look away now. 3, 2. They have nothing to do with the current grid system. Well, I got to come in here and really... At least kind of spider them out like the roads are now, but like, oh my God, that's so bad. That doesn't read well visually, honestly. I wish your UI had a dark mode. I don't know if anyone remembers, like when CS2 came out, like the info views was a literal flashbang. Like, any map contenders? I don't know. I don't know for sure. I don't know the names well enough. I know that I haven't given... Who did Map Pack 3? Teddy? I know I haven't like loaded all of those up and really considered like what 25 tiles. I remember being a little bit disappointed because one of the first ones I loaded up, I definitely found like, oh, I want to build over there, and I would if I had 81 tiles, but you can't with the 25. Roads with pipes and power is nice. That is true. That is a nice quality of life upgrade. But you know what though? You know, one thing I'll tell you that I really do want to do is I do want to come back in here. Like, you know how we have all this space, right? We have all this space. Like, what if, I'm just saying, just for example, we'll delete this in a second. But like, what if we had stuff like this, you know, running through the city at certain spots, very carefully, you know, hidden away where we could, but like making it look like, where's the, you know, what about this space? What about this? What if we did this, you know? Let's just see what this looks like for a second. If we bridge every block like that. I mean, like, we don't... It's a shame because, like, you don't need these power lines. These are closer to power lines that would run the power between different areas, which I guess is kind of the intent. But it would be nice to see like an actual power pole. Favorite DLC? Okay, 10 toes down. If you, I'll come in for this. If you only get one DLC, and specifically if you are playing on console and don't have mods as an option, plazas and promenades, full stop. It is. I think it's got a nice aesthetic, but it also has some of the best mechanics for dealing with people moving around your map. Like, you can build like very key special areas that only cater to pedestrians. And that's especially really useful for like big events. And those are useful because those bring lots of money into your city and allow you to exploit things like Park Life, which would be a great secondary DLC to that. But if I only had one, I think it would be plazas and promenades. It's kind of a latecomer. Before that, maybe mass transit. But I think I can get by without mass transit if I only had plazas and promenades. The only way I could tell you for sure, though, is a long form video essay where I uninstall all of the DLC and play cities all the way through to the final milestone using only that DLC, and then give it a verdict. That's the only way I think you can give a true recommendation. I think you have to go over the top like that. So let me know if you'd watch a series or like a 3-hour video essay on that. Because that could be arranged. Okay, so we could do, like, yeah, those power lines are too much. They're too much, unfortunately. It would be nice to have, so that's the thing that I think I miss with the roads and pipes and power lines is like, power lines, I'd actually like a residential power line option. I think that would be really cool. I think, there's a neighborhood not too far from me, a residential neighborhood that has their utilities, the electric and cable and stuff buried. And it's actually it looks great. It's great aesthetically, but it's unrealistic in 2025, I think, for where a lot of people live. And I think that would be actually a cool thing to add into the game. And I'm sure we can do that with mods. But again, we're talking console here, and we want our game to do the things without having to mod it. It would be nice to include some of that stuff. Always down for 3-hour essays. You can't threaten me with a good time. All right, we're neighborhooding. We're neighborhooding. We got to move a ton of people back in. So if that is spot number one, let's Let's come up here at the same angle off this road. If this road is... Can we just move this over here for now? Okay, let's come off of this at a 90 just to see. That's the wrong tool. Straight. Okay, so that's a really straight segment right there is what we've just figured out. Now, this is a... So we might have to really redo this, but this is a particularly problematic intersection here. So this might... I'm just thinking here for a minute. Maybe we extend this residential neighborhood this way a little bit, but we got to cut it off because this is going to be a high noise area over here. But maybe we insulate it and just push it further back, and this is our insulating area, right, where we've created some area off the road. Do the same thing over here, layer of trees. But I wonder, like, how much more residential are we going to need if we keep it all low density? It's weird finding the new balance of this city. Sorry, King, what was the is that the last one on the menu at the bottom? Across, so pedestrian areas is the plazas and promenades one, and then after that was financial and hotels, which I haven't messed around with too much. I have obviously in this map, I think this is the one that I did mess around in, but I don't really remember it well. It wasn't particularly engaging or involved. It's just kind of waiting around, bringing tourists in, putting it in the right spot. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that decoy. Okay, so if we do that, if that is our neighborhood framing, maybe we frame this neighborhood out to here. So let me show you what I'm thinking. I just stop pointing around and actually draw it out. I think that's going to be enough. So what if that's our residential neighborhood? And then we have like a giant central park kind of cutting through here. Let's see. So kind of where Sterling Park is right now, but let's bring Sterling Park over here. Let's see where it needs to be an insulator from the neighborhood. So it would come down through here technically. I don't know what this individual thing is. Oh, that was the oh, rip. That was the tiny little park area that was the bus station. So that is gone now. So then we would bring the park in theory to there. And then hook that. Maybe, you know what? Maybe that even goes like all the way this way. And then we have one little more pocket of residential or services here maybe. Okay, where are our schools? Do I even have schools right now? I think I might have gotten rid of all of them. I got rid of a lot of them. There were two there. We'll have to put a school in just for aesthetic purposes. I'm gonna jump all over the place either way, King, so it's cool. It's cool. Okay, look at this line of cars. Good luck. Good luck getting back to the road. We have the most demand for residential, so we'll get that sorted out. We'll let people start moving into this neighborhood. And then we'll figure out how to slot the park in next, maybe? I gotta get a bus station and metro exploiting people moving around the city, though. That's also on the short list. Roads for now. Roads and zoning. Is this... Oh, that's perfect. We'll figure out how to break these up. So are these different... We don't want to necessarily do it that way. So for the short neighborhoods over here, that's fine. Let's break these up this way, predominantly. And then we'll still come cutting through the middle. I think that's okay. We'll have to look at what we zone and don't zone. Maybe like that broken zoning is okay though. It'll make us feel like we're playing CS2, where things just don't line up quite right, and you got small lots and some empty lots, and that's fine. Do we split this last block? I think we do. I mean, it fits. Actually, it doesn't fit quite right, but again, like, that's okay. I think that's okay. So we've got the big road here. We've got another inlet here, and then this is another big road. So I think we're okay there. We're going to want to try and keep this all Old Town anyways and force the traffic supporting the commercial and office areas into the main strip and the 4-lane roads. That's the whole point of Meander, right? Okay, residential, we're on fill. So we're not going to do anything here. We're going to fill this in with trees. Like, I wonder, how is this? Like, how's your backyard, like, right there? I mean, I guess it's okay. It's not ideal. There's a fence, though, blocking it off, so... I don't know if these are big enough to bother with on this strip. In fact... let's get rid of the ones that aren't the bigger lots. And we'll, you know, it's like, again, it's okay to have some dead space and commit to that. Now this one's particularly bad. So what if we had a fence here to fix this one? I'm too lazy to go in there and do the zoning tool. We can always come back, or I think if we remove the fence once this is zoned and the houses are moved in, it doesn't really matter at that point anyways. Should I have done this all the way down? Let's see what this does to the zoning. This might be a lot better, actually. And that still gives us some room to tuck some trees in there and insulate a little bit. This isn't even going to be that busy of a throughway. But that gives us a little bit more room to play with some stuff here, so... All right, we'll see you in a moment, Kung. Good luck with that. What's up with that zoning in the middle? What's up? What happened? What happened here? Okay. Don't ask. I think I want like at least one square to get a tree in there. That's so close. Like maybe we don't zone that one. Maybe we don't build houses all the way back to the end of that lot. Just so that we got more room to tuck some trees in. I think that could be okay. Let's do we do fences down the other side? And then this is going to be park up here, right? So I think that's okay. Right, we figured the park was coming all the way down to that cross street. Yes, okay. And that makes sense because that's coming from here. We'll have to curve that. That doesn't seem quite right to me. We'll make that look a little smoother. I like to try the trees too. You've got to be careful where you look at them from, because the terrain, the texture pop in is rough. Especially we're playing OG console edition, not the remastered version, which makes it that much worse. Okay, one more time with the fences. We'll clean everything up here. It doesn't really matter how, actually that does matter how straight that fence is because it throws it all off with the guides. So maybe it does matter. But beyond cutting off the first block of zoning, that's really all I need these to do right now. And I am seriously considering like how much easier would this have been to just use the road tool to do this. Debatable, but we'll never know. We'll never know because we're committed to this action now. Welcome on your return. Where's the fill tool? And I'm gonna let the other side of the block go wild because that's gonna be on the park side. So this is only 3 deep. That's only 3 deep. And we'll have houses that face the park side here.
Access granted.
But those can be a little funny shaped on the angled street. I think we can probably connect this with straight road. Let's come off this way first. Let's see. Is that where our park goes? Or do we put like, maybe this is the block where we put school stuff on since it's next to all this residential. That could be our school for like this half of the city. And then we do another school like somewhere over here. That could work. I think we can do that. Let's see what's up here. Sorry, hold on a second. Okay. What's the name of this song that's playing? Powerhouse 1984. Lupus Noct. Nocte. I don't know how to say it. But there's a lot of good Lupus Noct on Epidemic. You will hear a lot of I've heard a lot of creators use it. I hear Scar use it all the time. Not this one specifically, but he loves one of Lupus Noct songs. Okay, this zoning we do not want there. That we do definitely not want there. I think all this zoning is okay. I'm all right with that. Okay, what do we do park-wise over here? I think school and sports block. So let's blow out a little bit more of this. Maybe one more block's worth. Like that. Did we name this? No, we did not. Okay, we'll rebuild this. I'm done moving stuff around. If it's important enough, we'll find out that it was missing. We have to move this. That's going over this way anyways. Okay, last road to hook in here. This is going to be our school block, school and sports. So we'll cram what we can in there. High school, the large elementary and high school. We get some tennis and basketball courts, soccer field, baseball. I don't know. We'll see what we can fit in there. Water feature in the neighborhood. I mean, we're gonna have this eventually. It was full of water at the beginning of the episode, so we could set this up in a way. Could we get it downhill all the way? No, we can't get it downhill all the way from up here. So like this is very raised up here, which creates an interesting sight line because like you got smaller houses that would be lost but now we're going to be able to see, oh, that's... Yikes, that's particularly unfortunate. That's downright dangerous. Oh my God. I did not notice that. Oh, what do we do there? Hang on a second. So that won't do. Smallest tool, up the strength. We want to slope up to here. So that's much better. So can we do the same thing here? So we'll slope there, and then we'll do the same thing over here. Let's see what that does. Let's see if that is safer. Look at that. That's so much better. That is so much better. Oh my God. Okay, I'm glad we did that. That didn't take that long. Can you imagine though with Move It, how quick that would have been? Okay, we're good. We're good. That's an improvement already. Look at that. One major upgrade today. Does anyone recognize this one, by the way? This is a blast from the past. I don't know how many people would recognize that, but okay, I think we're okay to start moving people in here at least, right? We should knock out that cemetery. And I got to figure out what we do. We got to find a spot for something like this that is a little bit more central. Maybe that gets built in off of here somewhere. I'm not sure. We'll have to think about that. Okay, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Well, that's not cinematic. That's cinematic. This is another. I can tell this from the sound. This is another Lupus Knocked song. Be right back. Okay, sorry. Is there another good song? This is a good playlist in general. Epidemic sound. They know their synthwave, I will say. Okay. Hopefully we had some good cinematics. Sorry for that. Yeah, I can hear that, Sin. It's very Harold Faltermeyer-esque. Okay, it was playing because of cinematic camera, so are we losing tons of money now? We're still hanging on the edge of profitability, which is nice, but we keep doing these really expensive projects. So we should let these people move in and just like chill for a few, catch up. How's everybody? How's things? I should sinkhole this. Some of you missed it. We almost had a very exciting start to the stream. I went to collapse the cemetery and almost meteored it. I like subconsciously switched over to meteor because I'm on stream. So like, of course we go to the meteor button on stream because that's what we do after 10:30 at least. Okay, so we need to get some temporary electricity over here. I don't know how frustrating this is for some people. Like, I am ignoring a lot of the problems that are happening because, like, we are completely gutting and remodeling this city. That's essentially what we're doing. The title is very correct tonight. Compulsively obsessing over old cities. I wish I planned better or had some grand vision at the start, but I really don't. I just like bolt ideas onto ideas, and I think I can pull this one together. I think this is one of those ones. I think I might be able to do that with Rosewood as well. Like, I think Rosewood has some good bones that I could work with. Let's figure out. This is going to converge down here. And then we got to figure out how we finish off this neighborhood. Or if we finish it off at all. Maybe this is the end of the neighborhood. It comes out across here, though, and I think I might want to avoid this because this is already a really busy intersection. So, like, what if this remains a T and we don't introduce other traffic across the way that, like, is just pouring more cars into the casino? What's wrong with these people? Are they going to the park at least? Some of them are going to the park and zoo. Both entrances are right here. Like, I need better metro service around the city. That's part of it. Okay, so this is all moving back in. What to do? The water feature is going to be key, Kung. I think it was you that was saying water feature, right? We're definitely going to do that. Where does it come from? I'm not sure yet. And we can always have multiple, I guess. Maybe we could water feature with this. Where are we talking terrain height-wise? I'd want to be able to like go downhill continuously. It would be really cool, like let's think about this for a second. You got me. I'm gonna sidetrack here. What can I do to paint? I can't really paint it. So what if we had water like a lakeish? Could we make a lakeish looking source out of that space? Maybe even have an outlet at the top of it. Run it downhill this way. Underneath this, which will become a bridge. And then run it through here and then out this way. I mean, that might be too involved. At that point, we may as well look at bringing the water literally through the entire city. I still think we can make this feature work, though. I think this is the thing we can make work. That is going to take a little bit of coaxing, though, to get that in there right. Do we have some kind of zoning specialization over here? Dang-a-lang it. I mean, I guess that's okay, but I didn't really look. Oh, is the neighborhood called Santa Rica as well? Because of the green cities? I mean, that, I guess that could work. We could tuck that in here. I got to look at using maybe some of the other ones in different neighborhoods, but is that, I don't know. Okay, tell me, chat. Like, is that too abrupt of a change if we're using so much of this? But then again, it's like, are we using too much of the original? Probably, right? We probably do want to mix in more of the other types. But like, would it just be across the street, you know? I mean, in theory, it could be. Like, this could be an old road that was developed on this side, and you know, in the 50s, there was expansion, of course, the baby boom. So there would have been newer houses. Maybe they wouldn't have been green. Maybe this is a more recent gated community with the fences everywhere. It's interesting to see how they cluster when they move in. Variety wouldn't hurt, yeah. Let's look at where the district is here. Holy cow, that's a mess. Okay, so let's clean this up, huh? So the street can be our divider. Okay, let's look at this. Is this an important enough throughway? It is. So this street becomes unzoned because we want to do Old Town where we can, which prevents cars from driving through. And we don't want to prevent that on this main throughway. We want people to use this. That's okay. We just don't want them cutting through the neighborhoods, right, to get anywhere. We could even cut this back a little bit if we wanted to, just to have some distinction between the zones. I think that's okay. Like I said, obsessing over pointless details. Why? Why does it do that? Why do you do that, game? I'm just trying to make a nice little separation there. Make me hate my life. Maybe that's a little bit of an extreme way of saying it, but it's close. You can do me like that. Game! No. Don't get anywhere. Like, don't look at an intersection if you don't want to paint that intersection. Sure, we'll mess that up again at some point. So now Springdale is Old Town. Like, nobody's going to cut through that. Not that there's a particularly many useful routes, but like, it'll keep people from coming in that way to cut through. Like, if they need to go down that way, go on the main streets and use those pathways to get there. We'll see how the traffic actually handles it in the long run, but yeah, a lot of different inspiration right next to other stuff. I wish we could. I wish there was like a find it function, just or like, you know, go into a building and choose the variation of the building that you wanted. Like, they let you do it for. Where do I have a fire department? Right? Don't they let you change? Do they let you change fire department, or they let you change the you let you change it when you place it, maybe? Or you can, like, what do you do? Do you up on D-pad or something? So you can choose, like, wait, can't you? I thought there was a way. Is there not? Is that a remastered thing? Or can you, like, modify the building? No, you can change it. I thought there was a way you could do that. Maybe there is, and I don't know. Sorry, no, you don't get a fire department yet. Ironic that I break a fire department and instantly something bursts into flames. That's good. That's nice game. Thank you. Okay, so if we have mostly low density residential in the center of our screen, we're fine not to support that with. That's a really good fire. Oh my god, we're gonna go over here for a minute, because this one could be.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
This is not good. I think they're going to contain it, but those trees could keep going. The house could spread it to the trees. Maybe they got this. Nope, the next house is on fire. No. Little toasted marshmallow, but we're good. Made it out easy. Okay, we're on 3 times. Is this a little crazy with the angles? I mean, I think it works. It's got some hills too, but like we cleaned up that one particularly problematic spot. It looks like we're okay. It's on a gentle of enough slope where it doesn't look atrocious. For those that remember my hillside building in Santa Rica, like that was, this is an upgrade, definitely. This is an upgrade for the name, as long as it doesn't get hit. Oh, do we have a little pop there? I'm getting an error. YouTube's not receiving enough again. Hopefully we didn't have too much of a drop. OBS looks good. Yeah, ploppables would be nice. Just the ability to choose what you want, like, let me choose which 2x2 or which, 4x4 building is there. That would be awesome. Just for the sake of the variety, so that you don't have, like, see, these 3 houses in that repeating pattern are very obvious. Like this one, and the one behind it. And the same thing, like if you look for the others on those larger lots, like you almost have to vary the lots manually and move them in. Like I'm pretty sure like Egg does stuff like that, where you like, I don't think I have the patience for it, but like, let's say you want a 3x3, wait for somebody to move in, or like don't have that 3x3 there and then have your 4x4 and then just fill this in later and it can only be a 3 deep. Like you can totally do stuff like that, but I'll come back in maybe and delete and break up some of the lots to maybe change some stuff later if I come around to it. Like that'll be like end game Plainville if I keep coming back to it. It's Thunderbird back to live. Okay, hopefully we're not too far behind. We got a bit of a death wave going on. I have a full cemetery, and have I deleted other cemeteries? So that's one thing that we could probably. Cemetery usage 98%. That's bad, right? Does that mean they're all full? What the actual heck? Are you serious?
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Oh. That's a big one. Thank God for all the helicopters. I'm so glad I put all the helicopters in. That was a good investment for the city. Okay, healthcare. Part of this block up here. What do we have cemetery wise? So we got one over here that is full. Okay, we got one there. We got a crematory. We got another one over here. How are these kind of like, can we get them one in each quadrant? So we want to get like one over here somewhere. Can we put one right there? That would be great. Do I have this not zonable, that road probably? Is that what the problem is? Man. I think you have to like upgrade to a regular road that's zoned to upgrade back. It'd be nice to get that in there. We'll move it later. That's a reminder that needs to go very close by. And then let's consider we want to use this predominantly for the school, right? We don't want to waste that on cemetery. Cemeteries and golf courses, two biggest wastes of real estate. Al Chervik. 1984. I don't know what year that movie came out. If anyone knows that quote, that's a pretty deep cut. Okay, so we've got a cemetery there. That'll cover us. We need to look at, I'm just going to put this down now, and I should turn them off because it's a waste otherwise. It's actually a waste because we have the Hadron Collider, but I do want to make this one of the spots for schools. Do I have this zoned? I don't want this zoned. Do I? No, I don't want this zoned. Oh, I think I was illustrating like the how to move into different size plots. So we'll leave that there for now as a reminder that this is our school block. And I think we've got, are these too close? I think it's okay if we kind of split the city. Maybe there's a shared sports field for the two different high schools. Okay, let's fix this. We had a death wave happening. We can't ignore this. We're gonna use the right tools to do it though. Which is the collapse option. And then healthcare. Back to healthcare. All right, can I nudge it? There we go. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cemeteries covering the area. Right? And then what do we have? We have crematoriums there, but not there. Do any of these other ones? That is a lone crematorium. So we can look at that. I mean, we're okay. If the death wave, like, if we have problems catching up, I mean, I guess we could at least pair them. It's not a terrible idea. Oh, is this the one I couldn't move in on the road? Okay, well, that's what you got. That has one. Sorry, I feel like this is bad. This is bad camera. That has 2. And this is a lone wolf out there. That's going to delete 2 buildings. That kind of stinks. But that's good for now. That's more than enough coverage. That will get us easily out of our death wave. Way over there, though. What is going on? I did move a lot of people in at once, so that actually explains quite a bit. This is, I know, another Lupus song. Howling. I'm pretty sure this is the one that Scar uses all the time for time lapses when he's mining. If I remember right. This is the one I'm thinking of. Which is a jam, I don't blame him. Okay. We could continue this. I think we make this a little bit more. Do we make this more residential? Let's see. Hold on. Let's frame out this idea. We're going to come close, but we're not going to connect to the road. We're going to see. What will this let us do here? Game. Give me a break, game. Like, you get. For anyone that thinks I set these, like, this is happening live right before your eyes. Come on. What, like, for real? I'm trying to build here. I could probably stand to look at coverage, but come on, we got helicopters. You see? There it is. Helicopter, as we speak. Okay, so how do we bring this park around? And how's our money holding up? 17 in the plus? What did we do to our budget? Just moved enough people in? I don't understand. So, okay. I'm trying to think how I want to do this because I do want to save space. I think this is the break point, and I'll show you what I mean. Like, we got to start considering at this point the angle of the other street that we're connecting to. So we got to start thinking this way. Not that that is the. It was actually really close, but essentially that way, right? Like let's start building off of this road and this structure to fill in this gap. But this gap should also include like a little bit. I didn't mean to do that one. A little bit of a buffer here where the park like comes through here to insulate the residential area. So I want to figure that part out also, because that's a tight corner we're cutting right here. Maybe the hospital is on the edge of that park. And this comes down through there. And this is that park curve. And then we figured this out. I mean, maybe we do come up from this same intersection. Will it let us create a really stupid four-way? It will. Well, let's do that. And I should have kept going up a little bit. We could even get one more block in there. It's a little bit off because of the bend of the roads that we're working with. Oh, and we also have some power lines running through it, but we'll fix that. Right, because so if this is school block, that's a little tight. I mean, it could work. I'm a little torn here. Also, this is like a little bit, this is another Lupus song, but it's a little like 80s teen love movie, and I'm just not feeling it right now. Another Lupus. I'm not on shuffle, am I? I can't be on shuffle. I am on shuffle. It's just that many good bangers. Okay. Sorry, I'm catching up. I'm bad sometimes. Possible definitely does suffer from lack of assets. So many building types. Yeah, it's really about lot size variation, and like I think you'd have to paint like crazy small districts everywhere to get like a couple of Green Cities houses on a block next to regular houses. Maybe a European house and a townhouse tucked in on the streets, the side streets. Like, you'd have to go through a ton of work. God. Okay, everybody, stop lighting your houses on fire. To heck. Okay, do we rethink school zone? Let's see here. Because I want the park to come through here and insulate. And I think maybe this is our insulation area. Maybe this is our park, right? Connecting here to all this nonsense. Like, that would be a great way to cluster everything infrastructure wise. So I'm rethinking this already. That's our insulating zone. I think we might think of extending. I don't know what to do with Green Cities. We'll look at that. I want to look at how these. I just feel like they're very off. But the whole point of this, at the end of the day, is to go into cinematic and not feel terribly thrown off. And I think, like, we'll get there. Because right there, you can see the Green City stuff, but, like, you can't tell then in the distance how different another zone is. It's, you know, I think we can make it work. Like here, you know what I mean? Like, that's fine. There's a lot less color in these, though. That's the downside. But see, they don't completely disappear behind the buildings now, which is nice because they sit up on that hill. It used to be all high density back there. But I think that works really nicely. Got a good cohesive look from the right spots. Okay, what the heck do we do here? I kind of feel like that school block needs to move. And is that our park block? Or do we extend the neighborhood kind of one more block that way? No, I don't think so. But I also, like, I don't know what to do with this triangle if not some park. Like, I think that would be a really good way to use up over here. Do something different. Okay, well, either way, we don't need that there for now. And is there any way that it will let us hook this in? Okay. So that's there. This difference in building sizes kind of stinks because I don't think we can get a road through there, right? That's in the building, yeah. So I think we need to rethink this building placement altogether. Is that a library? It's the Grand Library. Like, that should be on our main drag. Do I need to rethink? Oh my God. Are these businesses? These are there's a bunch of drugstores that moved in behind the hospital? What the? That seems... I mean, like, it's not ambulance chasing, but you're moving in next to the ambulances. So either way, we can look at bringing this street back a little bit, I think. And structure based around that. Because that's not doing us any favors. Let's just get rid of all this. I think that was the office park we were saving. Okay, so let's rethink this because that was pretty rough. Being careful what we delete in here. Yeah, look at this pack. Okay, don't delete the metro. The metro is fine there. We'll bring the road back through further than we need. Farther? I don't always get that mixed up. Here? Nope. Here? So we'll just come out safely past the building. We'll worry about where it cuts to next. And then do we come off of there like so? That broke the zoning just enough. So let's not do that. This is Ben Elson, so it's back and forth between those two. Okay, so with that, we can connect this down. How is that? How did that get all wonky? Do we have any bigger buildings? I mean, we can set them, I guess. That's good enough. Okay, so this busy street coming in from the casino, do we commit to it and make it wider? Do we not introduce this traffic here? We need another way in other than just this. We've got here. We could look at connecting it to the north, which is what I'm thinking about right now, which would make more sense from here, and maybe changing this approach a little bit. There are a bunch of people walking up there. There are. So we do that and then hook in these segments individually. I'm gonna do that and then a very small curve at the end. Okay, that works. We'll look at better transport options coming in and out of here. Like, I kind of like the look of the above ground train, but it's kind of a pain in the butt. I might look at monorail stations. Or maybe just rebuilding these. But combination of that and metro. And can we bring tram across river? Can you do tram bridges? Or are they a ground thing only? I don't even know. I guess I could answer that question real quick. Okay, well, there can be bridges. And tunnels I already knew, so. Off-ramp for the casino? That's a good point, right? Like, maybe that, like, we have all this space we could expand up there if we wanted to get the casino a little bit out of the way on its own. I do have to rethink the infrastructure over here. We've already made one improvement over here where there were two trumpet interchanges very close. One dumping traffic that way and one bringing traffic up to the airport. So I changed that around. So we'll look at doing the same. And definitely doing tolls. Because, like, there's not a ton of traffic coming in here. We might as well make money off of it. Anywhere that it comes in the city. It does slow down traffic every once in a while. Like, if you get game day, like, it'll be a little sluggish around these spots. But it does pretty good. And what is it making per car, technically? $1 and then $2 for trucks. So yeah, we should definitely be using that at all the major entrances. This one's probably our most trafficked right now. But we also don't have the best setup into all the different zones. We're working on upgrading it. Okay, so if we have kind of a busy downtown and put the busier stuff tucked in around here, I think right around here, this part of the downtown would make the most sense. And then I already want to start scaling down size-wise over in this area, so we'll drag the collider like up more into the central of the map so that the tall spots can be downtown. Hold on a second. Let's take care of this so we don't have to worry about it. We got more spot we could fill in here with some neighborhood as well. I had the apartment buildings here, which is a interesting little idea, but not implemented particularly well in its placement. So we could actually look at doing that down the road, putting a little apartment block here or there. I'm still kind of stumped on this. So I'm thinking about schools, right? Like, we don't need them, but where do we place them? So I created this little bit of a clearing, and you can see the size. Is this something moving as a parking lot that's not animating? So like some of the stuff that I wanted to put in: soccer field, football field, tennis courts, basketball courts, the school, the high school. Like I wanted to have like it's a pretty large area. And if we're building an American town, they would probably also have a baseball field. And like, this is, I don't know. It like, there could be high schools that have a stadium this big. Definitely college, which is what I put this next to over here. But it would be nice to find like spot for a baseball field over here somewhere. Like, and maybe like, is that what this little hub is? Like, is that a better spot for that? Or is it like, what we could do? This could be the other half of that, and we could have the schools right here in the middle, and then footbridges that connect the campuses across. And it would be very central to the map at that point. If our school was basically in the trees right there, like if you see what I'm talking about. So maybe we're not even talking about a park. We're talking about an education complex, if you will. Like almost a mini campus for the non-university. And then we can expand the university campus to be whatever we want over here. We'll actually flex our design a little bit, because right now it's very cramped over here. Nothing some like windy paths and trees won't fix pretty quickly. But I think maybe I do that. Like, instead of like, we can still make it a park in theory, to give it value and charge people that walk through it. But that could be a really interesting way to use that space in a really kind of like free-flowing way. Exactly. Yeah. Like, I think that's what we do. Okay, so maybe we rethink this structure just a tiny little bit. So rather than this block here, maybe it's this space right here. So let's frame this and figure out what we want to do with this spot closest to Eden. Maybe we move the Grand Library. We got to shuffle some stuff around here. Is this the Grand Library? No, this is the Theater of Wonders, or the Modern Art Museum. I'm gonna go Theater of Wonders. Theater of Wonders. So we got to move some stuff around here. How do we do this? Well, first things first, our money's still okay. That street's gone. This street's gone, and these paths are gone. Buses only in the school area and change your... Yes. Yes. Okay, so... Also, they could service predominantly the residential districts through here. And then we'll sneak like a little metro station or something nearby that would explain why people are using the buses. I've never been good at bus routes, so I haven't messed around with them too much. Okay, healthcare. Get right. Can we go in the middle? Right in the middle? Middle? Okay. So, how do we... Let's move this plaza, because this plaza is just going to get in the way of all of our plans. And this can come... Where is... Okay, we can come over here for now. So we want a way to connect... across here and across here, probably. Like, how do we do that, smoothly and use the space wisely. So I think we kind of come through the middle of both of these segments with a curvy path. So let's see where we want those paths to go first. Pedestrian path. How much of this are we going to cut out for this? So let's de-zone also. I'm sorry, I got to do this in different steps. So we're going to de-zone all of this. This is now school property. Manifest Destiny? What is it? What is the... That's not what I'm looking for. Do we claim this block? We're claiming this block for the school. That's part of our campus now. Get out, move out. Move out. I don't think I didn't see that little house up there. You too. Okay. So we're going to cross 1, 2, 3, 4-lane streets here across our campus. So we got to make, I think, the footpaths be the part first. It's absolutely a predominant feature. So over here, standard footpath, elevation step, got to get that all the way down. And then if we go, I kind of want to go from the middle of this block to give us room to swoop things around. 1, 2, 3. Do we angle it kind of? Let me just do a rough approximation here. So let's do this. Let's make a connection there that we want to connect to. And same thing over here. Like this is our kind of our starting point on either side. And then maybe like it comes this way. Okay, we could kind of do this with the zoning. Let's see here. Let's see if I can make this work. So we'll curve tool. Nope, curve tool. Okay, so we want to come to about there. Oh, did I not start? I want to start on the ground. I want this to be as smooth as possible, though. So if we come out, is that technically 10? I think that's 10. So we'll come out 11. So that maybe we can nudge this up 1, 2. No, it's too far. Okay, let's start much smaller than that. So from all the way on the ground with the curve tool, a click in from the line. I think it's not. That must be 9. We got to get away from the road. That doesn't look too bad. That slope looks all right. What can we do with it though? So can I hook it properly over the road is the next question. Without too much of a bend. So that's okay. Now let's do the same thing over here. So how do we get up is the most important part. Because we want that to look smooth over here as well. And I think it should be at this intersection, like right there. So let's figure out again where we're trying to get here. So we want to curve that in. This one could be a little bit more annoying because we have to hook it away from the road. So what about there? No, that's way too short for the hook. Is that 5? That's 5. Right, so that's what do we got? 1, 2, 3. I can't come out another one, right? No, that's where we're going. That's okay. It's way too far this way though for that hook that we did over this way, so we're gonna rethink this. Should I do that down at this intersection and come across this way and give the people back this block? Does that still count? And then claim this pocket instead? Or do I start that? I should start that much sooner back here at the field rather than at this intersection. That intersection is just as viable. So let's rethink this and come back this way a bit so that it's ending there. So about here. 1, 2, 3. Right, is it, if I go more, it's going to reduce the slope. Right there is the point. Okay. Okay. That's much more manageable. Let's see if we can curve that back across the road now. Okay, this is still, we might have to come back and S-bend it in, but that's okay. So that's pretty long. We'll do something with this middle block that causes need for a connection maybe from here. What if we do this? So turn off the road guidelines and we'll do... This is residential though. Like, okay, I don't want anything too fancy from the residential piece itself. Look at this little guy. It snuck in there. You don't get to stay. This is okay though, right? This is, let's get a couple of these trees out of here. Please don't delete that. Like, that's good. We need to do something, I think, with this middle block because it's too far coming all the way over here. Never finished framing this out. I don't think we connect there. It's way too close to that other intersection. But we could also look at like what we do over here. Maybe bring this over and make more of a plaza type area around these two structures. Really open things up down here. But at least framing wise, we can work with that. So in the heart of all this, we kind of got the fields over there already, but I feel like we'd have more room for the fields and stuff over here. What is there a high school baseball field? What is it, Parks? Small soccer, community soccer, Australian football. Okay, community baseball field. Could we see, let's see here. So like, okay. Chat, help me out. What is a baseball field closest to you look like for kids, for high school, for like what do you got in town? I don't remember what we are right now, but we've gone back and forth from AAA to AA. So like we've got a sizable semi-professional stadium. But like all of our little league fields have fences for home run. Like the ones that don't are like softball fields for softball leagues and stuff. Like all the like little leagues have fences. High school have fences. So like this community baseball field idea, like I wouldn't put it in a complex. Like, will it fit? Absolutely, but I wouldn't put that in a complex. This is a little bit more like that. Like look at the size of that. That's a commitment. That's a big commitment in terms of space. But also, none of them have fences, right? Am I wrong here? How much do we have to spend to figure this out? Too much? Only 17,000? Okay, we can afford to find out. Will that fit there? That won't fit there? Space already occupied. Is that supposed to be a fence? How tall was the fence? Like maybe up to a little girl's knees? Like I feel like, yeah, dude with a cane can comfortably jump over it. Like, I mean, okay, I shouldn't joke about the dude with the cane because I have arthritis in both knees and hips and have been using a cane occasionally now. Shut up. But yeah, I could easily get over that wall. So it's more like it's like a practice field, and there's 4 practice fields back to back essentially, which is cool, but that's not what we're looking for. So where do we get into like, and that's the thing, like I don't know if they don't. So like if you want a baseball field, you got to come over here and put a legit, I mean, like this is what we've got in there right now, the city stadium. Where over here, this is city stadium. It's not bad, like it's nice. This is similar to what like our AAA is nearby. Like it's like that essentially. Like where's a good high school field? So like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Do we go back to campus and just use the plain Jane? It's like there's got to be something in the middle. There's got to be something in the middle that isn't like Dodger Stadium or the Rose Bowl. There's no good high school field, and that is unfortunate. So if this is our city field, we gotta downgrade a little bit for high school, but I don't want to go like all the way down. Do I upgrade this one and move the big stadium in here? And will that even fit over here? What's the noise? The noise bubble's pretty nasty. We could build it like off of that street. And that noise bubble is outside of the residential neighborhood unless we come like all the way down here, and then it only bothers like that one house. But how do we want to orient the stadium is the question. because we'd also want it to be relatively accessible, and this is not. That's the downside of moving it over here. And it won't fit over there. So I think the kids travel by bus to the stadium because it doesn't fit in the complex. Or is that defeating the whole purpose of what we're trying to do here? And we need to use one of the small stadiums and just suck it up, or not do baseball and the kids borrow the big fields. Like, I don't know. We can't do it that way, right? They got to have their own field. But is it one without a fence? You know what? Hold on. Can we do this? Give me a minute here. No, we can't, because it's going to be all the way out on the edge of the field. I was hoping, like, could we do this, you know? But we can't get anywhere near where we need to. And we'd have to, like, go outside the entire structure. I mean, honestly, it's already an improvement, but that is a deep center field. That is a deep center field. Okay, let's put in the college. Let's put in the college one. Look at it side by side, this one. See if one of them could be a serious high school town and the other one is... Let's see. Okay, hold on. Road. Thanks for tuning in for the indecisiveness. Appreciate you. Okay, campus? Yeah. Okay, there's this one. That's our high school field, right? Like, that's closer to a high school field. Versus this. Like, this is semi-pro, right? Although, man, you know what I'm realizing? My God. Can we have a talk for a minute that I have not noticed before? Anybody notice a problem here? Anybody notice that you can sit right here and there's no netting? Does this seem risky to anybody? We got a hell of a view. Can you imagine a foul ball? Even if you were paying attention, like you don't have time to react for a foul ball that gets shanked behind you. They'll be fine. Yeah, oh yeah. Absolute death and destruction. I don't know if you've seen, I know baseball's not big up their AC, but they have moved the netting on the side of the field, like into the outfield. And it's honestly, it's a good idea. Like people get hurt bad if they're not paying attention, catch one in the temple. Like I'm pretty sure like a few people have died. Little children have definitely died. Like it's awful. It comes off the bat faster than they throw it, right? I mean, you're coming off like 120 exit velocity. Things hard as a rock. Like it's gonna do some damage. And there is no like safety be damned here. And I'm pretty sure that they are all like that. Where are the safety features? Did Peanut include safety features in any of them? I'm gonna spend some money just to find out here. Hold on. Let's look at like the big Dodger Stadium one. Like this one. How much is it gonna cost to plop down? Holy sh! What the? I mean, I gotta know. We could always make this our professional stadium, but it seems like a lot for the size of our town of 38,000 people to have a stadium that can fit more. Also, again, safety equipment, be damned. So, again, like... Oh, I forgot about the stadium! I forgot about the stadium. You can't walk in this stadium. But either way, like you can walk, so you can walk down here. We're kind of okay. There you go. So yeah, just imagine sitting here enjoying your hot dog, beer, chilling out. Catcher gets one a little bit too high, and you're dead. Anywhere in the dirt is death? No? Where's death? Where do we think death is? The actual diamond, the grass? Is the grass death? Nope. Yup. We're under the city. Oh, we can't really go far, huh? We can't go that way? We can't leave this box? Well, that's not good. Okay. So for all the detail, like even in OG cities, like there is a water fountain here. There's bushes and stairs and rails and service doors in the walls. All that stuff. The beams, the rails, the suite doors, the antennas, all the detail. But there's no ground, there's no safety features. And the dugouts don't actually go anywhere. I guess the players just come out from the stands. So, but we can't do this, though. We can't do this, because this I think literally holds, if it's realistic, more people than live in our town. So, given these two, is this our high school stadium? This is our, there's so much parking on that. Oh my God. Versus no parking on this. Do we just do two of these? This is the better option. I think that's the better option. I mean, not safety wise, but like style and look, and it's not adding a parking lot. It lets us do our own thing. We'll leave that road in case we need to put something else down. I think I do another one of those. Let's see what that looks like. And do we build another road off to contain it? Let's look at, again, finishing framing. So we don't want to really come through here to connect to the residential neighborhood. We're okay coming through to connect to this throughway, though. Are we or are we not? Because it's not really a throughway on this side. I guess it is for here. And then we could probably connect it up to this somewhere. But that's okay for now. That will work. Will our baseball stadium fit right there? And how noisy is that across the street? How bad is that going to be? Which one was it? It was like the first one over here. Oh no, it's a unique. No, we want another copy. Does the glitch still work? No. Building already exists. Schnikes. Medium baseball stadium. So we're working very much in the confines of that space. We'll drop it right in the middle. Man, that neighborhood's gonna hate us. Okay, we can't do that. So we want to put it up this way as far as possible. And then the neighborhood will survive. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Let's delete this last segment. They can come in from there, or road guides are off. I want to hook into an existing node. I also got to come through and do traffic lights. We could we don't have to fill the space, so we could come off of a node here as well. Let's see if we can do this in a smooth way. Let's see. Because there's a path right here, and we could, in theory, connect this up. Something like so. I mean, that's okay. That hooks up to there. You can go to either side. You can get to the stadium easy enough. Is that actually a walkway around the stadium? That looks like a high school that takes its baseball very seriously. Maybe a college. They still don't have real dugouts. But that is okay. Or safety equipment. But again, we're making progress here. We're making progress. They've got a decent amount of seating. And it slots in relatively well where it's not offending the neighborhood. And it's connected into our other sports facilities. But do we look at I think we're way over. So we're way overdoing baseball. Are we throwing the scale off when this is our soccer field? If we're in America, maybe not. Is there a way I can add bleachers? Is that a thing? Are there props? No. We can add stadium lights. You know, I don't think I've ever checked out the soccer game. Is somebody getting stomped like the other? Oh, never mind. There's not actually a soccer game happening on this field. There's a bunch of women holding their purses and just hanging out. You don't have feet, sir. How come they have feet? They're standing on the grass. She doesn't. He doesn't. Okay, not everybody. Still want your expos back? Yeah, I guess. Okay. Sorry, I'm really slow in the chat tonight. I know, right? That was your local. That was your local. What do you have? Toronto now is your closest. And only? Why am I confused now? Is Toronto the only Canadian baseball team? Right? It is, right? There's not another one that I have forgotten, is there? So the football field's the same way? There's not like a game playing on a loop on it? It's just people walking around? If anyone's seen A Christmas Story and Ralphie figures out that the secret message from what's her name on the radio show, was it Little Orphan Annie and Pierre or something? They give him a secret message. He gets the decoder ring out. It's a commercial for Ovaltine. I feel like that's the realization that I just had. I am committing this grand idea of putting some of these stadiums and parks in and making it look like a big sports complex. And this is what it's going to look like when it's done. A woman dragging her pink suitcase across the field. This is what I do this for. I mean, I guess, like, you know, if you're flying by real quick in a cinematic, it won't be, no, it'll be terribly obvious. It'll be terribly obvious. That's been a while too. Didn't you have, didn't Pedro Martinez, one of the arguably best Red Sox pitchers, certainly during our World Series runs, didn't he come from the Expos? I'm pretty sure he played for the Expos before the Sox. And if you don't want to admit to that because he's kind of aggressive, I'm okay with that too, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, cinematic, refreshing my non-alcoholic beverage. Hold on a second. What the heck? Who put that bookcase there? Ouch. I slammed it with my hip on the way by. Give it like hip check and it didn't go anywhere. I did. Okay. This is a little intense. I left you with a little bit of an intense song there. I'm sorry. I might switch it up. I mean, there's been some good ones in here, but I need to get... Here. We'll play this one for a little bit. This is 60 tracks straight. That's plenty. This is specifically stuff that I have pulled out as being quote-unquote chill wave. So synthwave, but chill. Sometimes I get a little distracted when I'm making these playlists. Let's see how accurate this is. I'm already doubting this synth wavy nature of this, but it's borderline. I'm okay with that. Okay, get that back over there. Oh, Canadians secretly aggressive? I don't think so. I've never seen it. You hide it particularly well. Honestly, like, I've seen... It's funny, like, I've seen a lot of clips of, like viral interactions and, like, people having, like, these aggressive standoffs. And, like, legitimately, like, even in these aggressive situations, you can tell very early on in the clip that they're Canadian, because even when they're really angry, there's a level of respect. Like, they'll tell you something really offensive and then, like, sorry to put it that way, you know, I had to tell you because you were being a real dick. Sorry, I don't know where that accent's from, but somebody in Wisconsin failing terribly bad to do a Canadian accent. Just move on from that. Pretend that never happened. Okay, so we've got one hell of a stadium upgrade for the kids. Look at this. Look at this. What are you doing? Are you waiting for a game to start? Is there going to be a game? We kind of have to hang out and find out now. Because this is what happens before there's a game. Actually, can I just find out? 7-6, 21-61! This might be the furthest into the future I've been. Somebody has to double check me on this. 2161. 2161. And I'm still emptying bodies with the collapse feature. And we're still driving around combustion vehicles. That's a little bit, maybe the year doesn't matter that much. Maybe the year is blurred out. Maybe we don't think about the year. Okay. Are we going to see a game is the question. There's technically a game. And I'm sorry, I checked and then got completely thrown by the year. 7-6. And aren't these backwards? I'm pretty sure if I remember this right, that the date in the bottom left of your screen is European day, month, year. And I'm almost positive that to the right top side of our screen when it says next match, that it is American style. I don't know. It's day, month, day, year. Sorry, month, day, year. Different. I'm pretty sure. And we're going to find out very quickly. Because either this game starts on the 7th, or they use two different formats in the creation of the game, and it's just like, it's 2025 and it's still broken. I'm pretty sure. Because I'm pretty sure it doesn't happen until next month, the game. Seasonal depression, 9 out of 12 months of the year. I guess that's fair. That's probably fair. Okay, so the game did happen. Okay. I'm pretty sure that was backwards at some point. Look at this. Look at this crowd. Is this the one we can walk on, or is this one that we fall through? Coming in there. Coming in there. His pitcher sucks. I mean, we don't have any safety equipment, so it's probably fine if I just stand on second base. Also, why is second base so wide? Because they needed to center it on an off-center pixel grid. It's a very, very wide base. And it's nice to see that the games, though, are the exact same. They just copied and pasted the same game, where it's non-stop pitcher getting routed by lefties this time. Were they lefties last time? I'm a lefty. It's not. I write righty, but any kind of a stick, I swing lefty. So baseball, golf, hockey, lacrosse. But I shoot basketball righty. I'm actually pretty bad with my left. I'm probably going to my right. I'll just tell you. That's my move. I'm gonna go right. But I'm gonna turn on you. But I'm turning back because when I turn to the left, I just want you to think I'm going that way. I'm not really going that way because I'm not good that way. So I'm coming back to the right. Or am I? This is all a trick to make you think, and I'm actually a lefty. I'm just kidding. I'm terrible with both. It's fine. Seriously, just getting routed out here. I hope this is our team at bat. Because right now it should be like 42-0. Oh, look at that. You can see the clock tower from the field. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't mean to pause it. Let's go over here and get a look. What's it look like from the stands? Looks like a very small field, actually. The outfield is very small comparative to the size of the infield. In the game, not in real life. It should be much larger proportionally. I think it's in part because the scale of the diamond just needs to be a lot bigger. Everything needs to be bigger. But that's a cool look. We'll have to kind of keep the this is a high school game. What do we want? The kids can't hit it that far. Okay. Just walking up here, it's fine. Don't mind me. Game over? Just like that? Okay, let's see the traffic getting in and out of here. We definitely got to work on that because we've broken some routes. We don't have any metro going. We're not making money hand over fist. Wow, okay, we are because of the games, huh? $34,000. Did we? I'm assuming we won that one. With that kind of an influx of cash, we won 160. Wow. Okay, let's. How many stadiums can we fit in this place? I mean, we don't win them all, but what the heck? Okay, now we get double games going. I'm loving it. High school and university. We're a serious baseball town. But that brings me back to the original question I think we were on like 10 minutes ago. How do we feel about the soccer stadium? Or soccer field? Because this is very much like a practice field comparatively. This football's a little bit more, but compared to our investment in baseball currently, I feel like we need to do something a little different here. But I don't want to go overboard, you know? He says as he installed a 360 panorama stadium, all the modern amenities. I mean, wait, what amenities? We can't even see the concession stand. There's a gift shop and there's a couple urinals and locker rooms that aren't even connected to the dugouts. It's honestly not that fancy. But we are connected to some foot pathways that let us get over here. I don't think we can commit another stadium over here in between this little pocket of residential, some stadiums. Man. Do we claim up here? Do we claim the center of town? That would be ridiculous, right? Oh, a football stadium wouldn't fit here, would it? That would be silly. I saw Yumble came back for a stream to talk about and play the current state of City Skylines 2. I was really glad to see him back and just enjoying doing something. He co-streamed on YouTube because I think because he hasn't been creating content, a lot of people don't know that he's still streaming on Twitch. He got his take on the game. It's not that far off from mine, honestly, but I just thought it was funny because like he played for I think like a 4.5 hour stream and went through mods for a bit and played a bit and then ended up building like 2 intersections and 0 people moving in. Like, he's back. I love it. So I hope he's enjoying playing the game again. Still waiting on an intersections CCP content creator pack from him. Would be awesome. Can we fit what stadiums do we have for football? This is a medium soccer stadium. And what kind of noise? Awful noise pollution. Like, we could kind of get away with that. Again, like we could do something like that. But this is like, you know, now we're committing a lot of space. The city stadium is pretty huge too. Like, okay, I'm gonna step back for a minute because it bothers me so much that the small baseball field doesn't have an outfield fence, and that is why I'm considering this at all. Because like I'd be okay with putting some bleachers, which we can't do, next to this and calling that a high school field. Putting actually honestly like a support building next to this, like a locker and concessions, like, and that would be a pretty decent high school football field. But like, there's no like small gymnasium that we can do. I guess we could steal some of the university assets of a different type of school. But did I get too excited out of the gate and now the other stuff is going to be underwhelming as a result? Am I overthinking this too much? I bet I'm overthinking this too much. I'm overthinking this too much. And I should just have a nice baseball stadium and some other stuff over there. And the end goal is exactly this, to just fly around and like, you're going to see it for like 3 seconds. So you're like, that looks cool. And that also looks cool. And I'm fine with that. I'm getting better about accepting those things instead of trying to micromanage the imperfections. But in a minute, when we get back from this break, we'll micromanage some imperfections and try and get obsessive compulsive again. It's an ebb and flow. It's a bipolar approach. I'm very adept, well versed at it. That's a great shot right there. I really like that, actually. That's like, I should have. I don't have my replay buffer on. I should have grabbed a screenshot of that. Actually, wait, no, I can. Game clip recorder. We can grab it off of that. I thought that's a really good thumbnail at the time. So there's some stuff that is like not only fleshed out, but like the trees, once they're planted in there, will actually make that shot look a lot better. The conifers top center of the screen though aren't mixed with any other trees at the moment, and it makes it look a little rough. The texture pop in is killing me though. It's so rough on the original console version. It's a shame you can't move these over to the remastered version. Baseball town through and through. Okay, I appreciate that. It makes me feel better about the difficult balance of decision tree that you had to meet there. Like, I don't think there's a good way to win that, because you either have to like overcommit everything to stadium size, and then at that point you're not talking high school, like you're talking about you are a massive city with a bunch of professional sports, which we can't do in 9 tiles and isn't really what we're about here. So we've got one serious baseball field. Technically we've got 2 serious baseball fields. That already feels like overkill. Everything else can be, I think, a minimal complex. I think we can do that. That's a nice overhead of the zoo. I like that. The giant Splash Mountain thing, I think, has to go. Once we fill that in with trees and more zoning and some plazas around the Eden Project and Theater of Wonders, I think that would be really good. This needs some trees and paths or something, filling in some of that dead space in the neighborhoods. But there's some good. We're getting closer to the idea. I'm getting excited about it because more and more, like I've built so many cities, and I do like to use this cinematic camera feature. I think it's a really good thing. It's one of the silliest things that they left out of City Skylines 2. It's a really great feature. Like, you build these things, you spend all this time on it, modded or unmodded. Why wouldn't you want to hover around your city like this? And for me, the test of how good my city is, because again, I've had to grab so many of these shots, and when I'm doing, like, I want to do a really good intro, good outro, especially at the beginning and ending of seasons, or like major things that are builds, or like I record 25 minutes to get 4 good shots, to get 4 really good shots, and I feel like it would take me less time now, and just it's about getting the right time of day, because now like the shots are getting better and better because there's less jank in the map. Like, none of them are that far off. Like, I would just fill in some of the space. I would do some trees or terrain manipulation. Like, that was looking pretty decent. Trees are way too like linear there. There's little things I would fix, but, and we've got to round out those roads, but like, again, like it's starting to come together, and I'm really happy for that. The casino, we gotta do something special with that. We gotta upgrade this thing. It's been harassed so much over the years. Speaking of casino, how are you this evening? Yeah, we're gonna come up with something good for that casino property. Will be its own little upgrade. But what are we? We're committing to baseball. We're making like a sports complex center arena, not arena, center area, kind of like a central park coming through, which is connecting all the what will be our mock school, because we've got the collider, so it doesn't really need to be a school. But we're getting a little bit serious about our sports, most specifically baseball. Okay. What do we do sports-wise? Thinking American cities, right? Thinking a American city in Massachusetts with, let's say, like, we'll probably top out around 60,000 pop. A decent size city, but not, not large. One on the border of needing like either one major high school or probably two high schools. And I think what we're going for is one major high school with a sporting complex park in the middle of our city. This is OG Xbox edition, not remastered. So we're on 9 tiles. That's it. That's what we got. I don't think this is. I don't think I'm going to bother with airports on OG, just because it's like you could use a tile on the airport alone. This is our high school. This is our high school baseball, because it's this or no outfield fence. Little bit of a fire. We've had a couple ragers going. This is not gonna catch anything serious, I don't think. Okay. So what will we have? We've got a crazy baseball. We've got football. We've got soccer. What are our other options even? So where are those again? Those are here. Is that the small soccer field? Okay, so maybe that's our first upgrade. Hold on a second. Get rid of this. Get rid of the parking lot for now. Community soccer park. Okay. Okay, that's a little bit better. I wish I had put that down in a better spot to start. But we can nudge it over a square for $4,000. Thanks, broken economy. How many fires this far? I don't know. Like 3 pretty decent big ones, and then like a couple small ones here or there that like were just put out pretty quick. But like entire blocks catching for what these blocks of decorative trees, like if one of these goes, the entire block goes. And then that usually spreads to a couple buildings on that block. And then if to there, it can potentially spread to the trees, which act as the buffer zone between commercial and residential. So there's a lot of potential. Maybe that's the problem. Like, am I building these wrong? Should I not be doing this? Am I creating a kindling situation? I don't know. Like maybe this is all my fault. Although right now I'm hearing Robin Williams say that it's not my fault repeatedly, like on a loop. So maybe it isn't my fault, or maybe it's other mental illness. I'm not sure. It could be 50-50. If there's a way to turn off the spread. You can't, can you? I mean, you can on PC. I'm assuming is what you're implying. But right, that isn't an option. You can. Disable fire spreading? Has that been in the game for a long time? And I just like, it's part of the disaster DLC, not a mod. Huh. I mean, it's there, but like, just like I'm not turning natural disasters on, random natural disasters, I'm also not turning off fire spread. That seems like that's cheating. Also less entertaining. It's kind of a thing around here. I mean, most of us know. So some people just tune in for the fires. I mean, come on. How many? Some of you pop in. That's the first thing you say. Phoenix, you just did it, right? How many fires so far? Was that the first thing you said? Yeah, that's the first thing you said. And I totally appreciate that. But like, we can't disable fire spreading true. We may as well play with unlimited money at that point. Where were we? We were moving in neighborhoods. We were doing sports. We just got, okay. That's a nice upgrade. I like this a lot. That's a decent soccer. That's a decent soccer field. It's a little far away from the rest of the sports, I guess. I don't think it'll orient well if we bring it over here. This is another GM. Guess who? Lupus. Maybe this isn't completely so okay, I'm gonna move this for $4,000 and I'm gonna hate it. So it's like, it's kind of at this intersection now. Before it was on this side street. Like, they're both fairly accessible. This is very central to the town though, right? So this is one of the main entrances, the first entrance to the highway where we started the city way back in the day. So this was kind of the main street or first commercial setup. And it could kind of dump here, but like, I don't feel like maybe this isn't the right spot for the soccer field. I don't think we don't need multiple of those just yet. Let's move this over here. How noisy are these things? Is this bad noise or just community? Do I not have zoning on this side? I don't. Oh, that's not annoying at all, is it? That's not annoying at all. Is it all this that's turned off? It is. That whole segment is turned off. Why did I do that? It's not fences, right? No, I de-zoned it. So, options. I'm not going to mess up any. I'm fine to mess up a little bit of zoning. So, options, zoning is on. 4-lane roads. We can't like change the trees and change the trees back. No, that's not that. Like, that won't work for an upgrade, will it? So oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that one. That has zoning though up there, so we don't need to touch that. Okay. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, game? That's awful. Can we do even better here with the slope? That still looks like that might be rough. So what do we want for roads? It was the we're doing a lot of the trees. Is this a tram road? This is a tram road. Okay. Tram road, 4-lane trees. I think that's better, right? It's still a slope, but it's not lumpy in the middle. There must have been a node there and it just made it pop funny. I gotta fix that again. Okay, is this all the way back though? No. We'll bring the trees all the way up, and then I gotta fix that side road that I messed up. Not that you should end tram tracks like this, but maybe if you did like the median in the middle versus the wide sidewalks, like that would be kind of a cool way to create a median at an intersection like that, even though it's technically the same lane configuration, minus the tram piece, right, that I'm talking about. So what is this? This is 4-lane trees on the side. Yeah. Okay, so now having done all that, because that was a big pain in the butt. That's one of those things that like the new road tool would have technically been potentially quicker at. That looks so flat there though, because of the way that the hill recesses around it. That looks really weird there. Is it just me? It looks so flat there. It's only $4,000 to move it. It looks so flat there. What does it look like oriented on this road? That's, oh my God, that's awful. Okay, so oriented here. So that just looks better there, the way it lines up with the road around it. But what can we do with this now? Do we run an extra sidewalk around there to make it look like the path? And how will that look when we get there? That could be messy. Yeesh. Trees it is to cover that up. I guess we're walking this way. Or do we cut them over? Man, it's a shame you can't get the footpath like right up to the edge there. That would be awesome. That's unfortunate. I guess the kids can use the regular sidewalk. But that already has some diminishing returns for me. This is another 4-lane. Do we have them cross over here? And if so, 2, 3. Where does this come down to? So that already is an interesting proposition because we'd be sloping from there anyways. Is that too overpowering on the stadium? On the stadium, I say. It's barely a full-size soccer field. I think that's okay though. I don't think that's too much. I think that could work. Adia, hey, what's going on? Yeah, a little bit of detail. You say it'll look great, but don't forget we're on OG console edition, so it'll look all right. It'll look okay. Yeah, kind of acceptable. If you squint a little bit, it's even better. Squinting is definitely required for great, though, I think, now that I think about it. Okay, so we've got the Hyperflex on the baseball stadium. Because I have to have outfield walls. We've got soccer. Can we do football? Do we tuck the schools in here probably? Or even here and here? Okay, hold on a minute. Can we get this football field over near the soccer? Oh! You suck, game. You suck so much. Oh. Just a little bit of move it. Tiny little bit of move it. It's the curve in that road, and I don't think it's worth... I don't think it's worth orchestrating all of that. Maybe that gets... Okay, what the heck? What the heck? Okay, so the school's going over here. Because this is coming over this way somewhere. What a slap in the face would it be to put it like across the street from the baseball? Which program do you think has bigger donors? That looks silly side by side, so we won't do that. So, and I don't think we want it like right there on the neighborhood. And I just started building that path there. It'd be awesome if we could squeeze it in there with the path too, but that's just not meant to be. This is a happiness rating because it is a park, technically. But we don't want it like on the... Oh. We'll come back for these. We'll put these around the school. So we'll give that a little bit of buffer zone, I think. We might end up moving this in like 2 seconds when I figure out where the schools slot in over here. So let's get those going. Do we have schools in the map already? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm terrible at chat tonight. I think I get the mic in a bad spot for it, honestly. I'm going to try and be better. Never saw the movie. Oh my God. Okay. Traumatized now. Yeah, that is I mean, I was much younger when I saw it, so she'll be okay. Was the road over the road with the pathway? Is that what was causing it? It would fit otherwise? Was I not paying attention to what the blockage was? Okay, yeah, I have the mic like right. That is the worst placement for the I'm okay. Corrected. This is hold on a second. I'll show you what was happening. And why I'm rusty at this. So I'm basically like looking at the chat, you're the chat, and I'm playing the game over here. So now it's a little bit better. I can't make any promises though about paying attention. Okay, so now we're gonna try and move this thing. No! It's so close. It's so close. So do we... We could cut that street. We could cut the street. But look what that does to our neighborhood flow. There's a better way to fix this problem. And it might be giving up on the high school sports program altogether. Did we budget for this? Okay. Connect to the road splitting instead. So like I really want it to be oriented I really want it to be oriented that way. We could, you know, drop it in this way. And it's not the end of the world. We could even build like a little intake road. Maybe, but that would actually be really tough given the spacing that we have here, and also potentially create another intersection that we don't need across from a residential area. So it would have been ideal to have it on the 4-lane road. But I'd have to break this road, and it throws off all this flow. So where else can we put... Do we give up on the soccer program? Like, maybe that's what it is. Just start a new map. I don't know if were you on Casino. I pulled up. I was like, oh, what map would be good? And I pulled up Egg's tier list, and it's like it's 58 minutes, and it's not in any order at the end. Like, there's no actual list that I can see. Like, I was gonna react to it, and I was like, one, I don't have 58 minutes, and two, like, it's not a list at the end. So I gotta go do all the research now. So how do we do this? Where do we do this? The baseball stadium is killing me. And do we just go back to the uni? I mean, it already made us some money. But we're way undervaluing our other sports. Do we need to expand this operation over here? And cut more into our downtown project? Because we still have lots of places. This quadrant essentially, which isn't totally remodeled yet. There's a lot of room we can play with over here. We don't necessarily need a park that a lot of people aren't cutting through. It is kind of cool, but like we could decorate some other areas as parks that are closer to residential areas, and use this as more. I mean, then again, it's nice to have some breakup. But this obviously needs a lot of work and downsizing, which in turn, when we downsize some of the high density, it will spread it out more. So we get that going for us. But we are starting to run out of room. We got a big demand for what will be office technically right now. We might be able to get a little woodland over here on the side of the map near the airport. We did lose a lot of revenue where we had some wood industry before. So I'm very torn here. Because I want the whole schooling bit to be very central, but now maybe I'm prepared to like have like campuses and buses, which I think was AC's idea like an hour ago. I think it's a way to more realistically slot it in here. But I think we keep the baseball field. And I think we put the high schools and the campus over here for now. And maybe this is just like community soccer field and what do you have it? And maybe we do a football field over in the college campus area. We're going to have to highway engineer around that. So what road is this facing technically? This is facing this side with the parking lot. So let's see here. How do we do this? I think I want to come off of here with a one-way. Maybe out 4. Let's make sure this is consistent on both sides. So do I have road guides off? I got road. Nope. Elevation step. That was on. Are you seriously not going to snap to that road guide? Come on. $320 and $320. Okay. There's no way that's centered. What is up with that? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What the heck? It's doing that because of the angle? Well, you know what the problem I had with it, Casino? It was the, is that the resulting tier list, I think, didn't have the names on it. It was just the pictures of the maps. And that's what was throwing me. All right, so what if we go from here and we go 1, 2... can we turn off road guides again? I wish there was a faster way to do this. So 2, 4, 6, right? Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is sometimes the controls kill me. So right there is 6 units from that breakpoint. Okay. And then same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Technically. And then that would be... It's a little off kilter, but that's okay. I think it's okay. Let's see how the buildings move to it now. Which one is this? This is the high school. I don't know if it matters which is on which side. We'll put them off to the side as much as we can. Why will that only let me put it there? Where this will let me put that, I feel like this is letting me hang this off much more. Do these belong side to side? So this, totally fine, because there's no windows on that side of the building. But this is a very unfortunate placement. And then this side has windows. Is this a flat side? So that's unfortunate for that side of the school. I don't know if we do that. That's just like rude by design. But it fits. Let's try and smooth this out a little bit and then think about what we want to cram in here for parks and stuff. Maybe we set the high school back a little bit. Why is it so expensive to move stuff? So hold on a second. We'll leave that. Let's leave that there. And do something silly through here. So we won't connect that, but do something like that. Will that fit? I think that it will. But how stupid is that here? I think we have to knock off like the last row of houses for trees, at least on these couple blocks. And that is a little bit of aggressive slope in the back there, but I think we can make that work. So let's D-zone a couple. Let's see what this looks like. Fill tool, D-zone there. Is this a separate? Nope. We'll do the select tool for that. We'll D-zone here and here. And that little pocket there. And that one as well. And we'll fill those in with trees. Right, I think it was all those. We'll do a couple conifers on each, and then we'll save a little bit of room for some other trees just to break up the monotony. So like from down here now, like from the neighborhoods, it's a little bit more covered. And we can get in here. Let's get in here with a brush, actually. Crank that all the way up. To get some color mixed in there. And then what else can we throw in? Let's throw in some larger variants. So we can do one more pass with a... with a conifer brush. And then let's get something on the larger sides. What is this? Tree with leaves too? That's a good one. Is that like the one we got right there? Very similar. Okay. The alders are pretty big and a little bit different. We can kind of use that to fill in some of the spots. Especially the larger variants. What else? Anything else? The pines, those are pretty big. Maybe we get one of those per block, or skip a block and put one there and in there, just to remove some of the sight lines of that very large building. Like, it is almost ominous, but I think we can make that work. And then on this approach, how wonky are these? They're okay. They do industrial roads, that's good. Let's extend these out because I want to get as close as we can right there. Oh, okay. Well, that's fun. We move that node? Okay. We'll do that. Maybe, I mean, maybe we fix the angle of this too, right? Maybe I don't even come that far back. Like, maybe we just, like, it's a little further over. Maybe we don't need this loop around. We already have kind of the loop around thing happening here. Let me try something a little different. So we were coming out there, right? So we're technically beyond to be able to do that. So what if we only come out to there? Because that buys us a little bit more space. And we do something like that. So like the windows, like you still see out, there's plenty of light coming in. Can we then connect this? Okay, so how do we one-way this, okay? And will it let us convert roads that are that small? So I always like to start with the grass because it prevents parking. It looks like it's going to let us do that. Change direction. We want this to be intake. But we also want, if you're not dropping off at the high school, you want to continue to flow through. And you want to go to the elementary, and you want to exit, or you want to go into like the back service area, for example, because you have some other purpose. So let's delete that and actually come back around now. So we can do that again, just for like a service spot, and then connect that through. It's a tiny little bit silly. Maybe, you know what we do? The tiniest little bit less silly. We'll just make that one a gravel one, and we'll actually hook it out. So we'll come to like there. Wait, can we connect? No. There was like the briefest of moments when we could get a node in there. Let's see. Nope. Will you let me go that? He said, let me go that way, but it has to connect to that node, and it can't come at it at enough of an angle. Distance too short. It's the curve that is too short. What? Okay, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Okay, well that just became almost useful. So we'll delete that. Do we hook this back up to this? Oh, we'll put some trees around it. So like it is kind of like a little serviceable area, but kind of wish that we had like bollards or a chain link fence or something there. Hope nobody uses that as a cut through. Then again, maybe I just break that. I'm not crazy about that one. The gravel road, though, I think we can keep that. Especially if we put up a couple... Oh, actually, will a basketball court fit back here? Because that would be pretty good. Basketball or tennis. I think we could do that. That is under here. The menus are getting a little crazy. So how does that look? Is that too crazy with the drop off? Actually, I don't think that's too bad, especially with the trees that are part of the object. Just a little bit to help with that height difference, and that kind of makes sense there. And then what do we do with the tennis court? Where's the tennis court fit? So is it on a road? Technically it is. So do we gravel path off of here? Can we come? Okay, wait, straight and almost connecting, but not. And then can we node from there? We can. Was it better with that little extra nub of road, which I can't get back now? Even though it doesn't like leave the area, I think it's better with that. And then do we hook this around? Or is that too much? And then just building road network everywhere? Over here, this one, tennis. Do we put it right next to the school, in the shadow of the school? I guess it depends on the time of day. Tennis court, basketball court. We got the high school, the elementary. We're right across the street from the baseball program. I think we keep this like a community sports area. Kind of keep this like very park oriented. This stadium is huge, right? In the campus DLC. Yeah, I don't think we're a football school. I think over here is football. Do we still have the road over here? Okay, so we're gonna do that, and we're gonna turn it off so that we're not paying to upkeep it, right? $0 a week. Okay, that's a reminder to build that into the map, and it's gonna go somewhere over here in the Plainville University area, which we'll spread out and fill out nicely. And I think one of the things we have to consider is direct highway access, most likely. Maybe making this much more complex of a network that offloads earlier. Potentially it goes to the stadium as well. That might be easier. Like an A and a B exit coming off of there. Okay. Man, is it midnight already? Want to do some web games, everybody? Who's still around? Who's still up for web games? Time flies. Thanks for sticking with me. My goodness. So it is Saturday. I'm likely to go live on Fridays and Saturdays, and depending on my schedule in the middle of the week, but not usually Sundays. Oh, did you not see about the CS2 Hopes and Dreams bit, Casino? Were you not here for any of that? So, over here on the side, where is it? Oh, we put the mall in here now. I dropped the mall in there. Over here on the side of the map, I had placed the unique building. Where is it? In the treasure hunt? Here it is. This one. The countdown clock. No, this is from streams ago. So this might have been, was this yesterday? But the thing was there on the last stream. This is the countdown clock. Where can I put this? This is the countdown clock, and it doesn't count down to anything. It linked, well, because this counted down to October 23rd, October 24th, 2023. If you look up this, I think it still leads to a page about the release info or like the overview article of the game at release, whatever it was. If you missed this, then you missed my story. I posted a picture very similar to something like this on my timeline on the YouTube community. And I used Photoshop to like fix the perspective and drop it in just right. If you look at the QR code in that picture, it will rickroll you. But this thing counts down to the release of CS2, and it's kind of a slap in the face for console players, right? Because it's counting down to something that never happened, and it's just this useless block. And I had it just sitting on the side of the map as a stupid little reminder. And as soon as Amanda C saw it, she donated, I think like $7 Canadian for a meteor strike. So we dropped a meteor and created a hole. And then Kung's idea was to fill said hole with water. Well, put the Statue of Liberty in the center of it and then fill it with a water outlet. And then I had like 12 different buildings behind it, and I was like dropping them in, thinking like, oh, I want to build these into the map. I want to build these into the map. Here's my little copy and paste area, if you will. And they were all dilapidated. They didn't have garbage service. They didn't have electricity. And it's like, it's this hole in the ground with a Statue of Liberty in it, a bunch of flooding buildings, and it's just called CS2 on Console Hopes and Dreams. So that was a little segment of our map that is devoted to that. This again is the original OG console version, so we're doing what we can with it. But I think it's making progress, but we're having to tear out huge chunks and start over and slide stuff around and rebalance it all. And it's actually kind of fun. I'm going to do this to a couple different cities for sure. But this one was definitely high up on my list. I love this one, but because of how it was built, so Plainville was, I got to all milestones using nothing but the base game, no DLC, and then like I did a bunch of Let's Play episodes where I bolted on a different DLC. I like that it's spinning around that countdown clock. Bolted on a different DLC every episode, but as a consequence of that, they are very much bolted on. And I think we're getting, oh yeah, we reenacted the whole thing for a Dia too, so we did it twice. That's why that's why there's like two craters there, kind of next to each other like a figure eight. One was just a little bit off the other. See, now this is what I was saying earlier, like the test of a true city is like when you can let the cinematic camera run and get nothing but good shots. Right now it is giving us shots of the industry area, which is like grid-like long streets, incredibly boring. So, okay, do we knock out a couple web games if we're down? We'll say goodbye to Plainville. Let me actually... Oh! Drop the controller. Let me save before I forget. Once and twice for our backup. And turn off... I guess we can just turn off the... Or I can let it run. No, that's free camera. We can still let it run in Cine. Okay. So with that going, let me get into studio mode and change the capture to also pick up the what? Let's start with framed. See how we do there. Capture window. I gotta set this up for easier automation. Okay, here we go. We can still see the... Don't mind the city in the background. Can I turn that off? Do I have... Wait, do I have... Window capture? Okay, I can. I do have that hot mapped. Okay, and I can turn off... I can turn off Elgato too. Okay. Okay, there we go. So if you are new to framed, we get up to 6 frames from a movie, and we have to figure out what it is. And I have no idea what this is. I'm gonna go ahead and skip it. I feel like this is very identifiable. I don't feel like I've seen the movie. Maybe I've seen the trailer or can guess it from the actors that they will invariably show us later on. I feel like someone would know this. It's an Arkansas plate. It's a Corvette that's in pretty good shape. The one. Custom license plate. This looks like the diner from Pulp Fiction, but I know it's not Pulp Fiction. Wait a minute. Is it the diner from Pulp Fiction, but in a different movie? Is that Harvey Keitel? Who is that? I can't tell with the glasses. I don't know if it's throwing me because I thought this looked like the Pulp Fiction diner, and then all of a sudden maybe I think this looks like Harvey Keitel. It is not the Pulp Fiction diner. Those round booths, they're bigger in the... Or they're not all round booths. Okay, I'm skipping. So I'm pretty sure that was Harvey Keitel, and I'm pretty sure that is Susan Sarandon. Is Keitel in Thelma and Louise? Why do I have caps locks on? It was Thelma and Louise. So is it gonna be Gina Davis and them in the car? Yeah, okay. That's the gimme. Yeah, so I knew it at this phase. Okay, we'll try a random. David Harbour. And he looks familiar, but I can't place him. I don't know. If you want me to come back through any of these, let me know. That is a very small car and another very small car behind him. I am clueless on this one. None of these are providing context for me. I'm sorry, David Harbour, that I don't know you outside of Black Widow and Thunderbolts. I haven't seen Thunderbolts yet. He was in that great Joker segment, Crouch segment on SNL. What else do I know him from? That Denzel Washington movie. He was in The Equalizer. Was he in the first Equalizer? The scene in the warehouse, sweatshop warehouse with the dealers or whatever they were. Not related to the game. Have not. I really don't know. I'm gonna pass on this one. This one's tough. Bad Education. Okay, we're 1 for 1. Let's try and round out. One more random. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? This looks like very ruined, post-apocalyptic animation. Early 1980s computer renderings. Dang. I bet somebody knows this. It's not Ultraman, right? No. I have no idea. Where's my anime people at? Hey, Paco. Where's Paco? I feel like this is probably like epic and people would be mad at me for not knowing. The end of Evangelion. Evangelion. Okay, well now I'm just embarrassed. Okay, let's stop the epidemic music and at least get our daily mandolin. Okay. Levels wise, let me know. Let's see. I might have to turn this up. This is from 2004, 299 million views on YouTube. Easy part 2. So we're going to get the drums. We should know it apparently with the bass, saxophone, and synth. 2004. There's electric guitar, brass, vocals. Let's see. Cotton Eye Joe. Was it Ain't No Holler Back Girl? No doubt. Is that not the name of it? What's the name of the song? Hey Google, what's the name of the Ain't No Holla Back Girl song?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
What do you mean you don't know? Can't generate AI results? What the heck? How about my phone? What's the name of the Ain't No Holler Back Girl song? It is Holler Back Girl?
The song is titled Hollaback Girl by Gwen Stefani.
It's Gwen Stefani, not No Doubt. Is that why? That's why. Right off the drums, Casino. Okay. You got your Gwen mixed up. That's okay. That's all you needed. I'm impressed. I impressed Kung with knowing the drums of a Zelda. That was the only thing I needed. Okay, here's the whole thing for you. That's rough. Okay, let's jump into something here. We haven't played too many of this video game playlist, so let's see if we can knock out a couple video game songs. Let's see if we get the right crew here. 2017 Very Hard Par 5. That's one way to kick things off. That's like a very like almost dubsteppy. I guess that was kind of in 2017. I don't know. This is a tough one. You think that's a Call of Duty? I don't think that's a Call of Duty. World War II with like a dubsteppy beat like that? Please tell me they didn't do that. It can't be. That's just like a 2017 game that you're thinking of. That can't be. There's a voice cover coming in. Hold on. That's so familiar. That's like Game Awards nomination familiar. Oh, you think it's near? I would believe that's near over Call of Duty. Was that 2017? Is that why you're throwing that out there? I swear to God, like I've heard it at the Game Awards, like as background music, like maybe when they've been nominated and come up for awards, like, you know what I mean? Like, I know I've heard that. Do we get a clue, or do we? I guess we could throw out the guess there, right? N-E-I-R? N-I-E-R? N-I-E-R. That was wrong. Heroes Live Forever? I can hear the lyric in my head. Heroes Never Die? Never die. Legends Never Die, League of Legends. My God, that's a tough one for somebody that doesn't play League. I knew it was a big game though, like. Okay. Next song. That was tough. 2018, 2.3 million copies sold. Very Hard Par 5. That is not a lot to go on. It's also very short. Is it Binding of Isaac? No. Ooh. What is that? Injustice was a guess for the last one, right? When did Celeste come out? Nice. That's Lena Raine that did the Celeste soundtrack, if I remember correctly. Who did Pink Step and Other Side on Minecraft? That's good though. That's a tough one. I can see why that is a par 5. Okay, at least one more bundle. 2002. So this is PlayStation 2, original Xbox era, maybe GameCube, but like late N64 era. 17.5 million copies sold, which is a lot for 2002. Very Hard Par 5. That's not a lot to go on. That's eerily familiar. You think Vice City? Come on. You're Googling the year. You gotta be. How are you on Vice City from that? Come on. Okay. Watch your eyes. Thrice is so bright. Even, like, I know it's coming and it's so obnoxiously bright. Man. You can guess the subject of Please, Please, Please. The 1956 debut single by what South Carolina native who fronted the famous Flames at the time? What South Carolina native? I don't know. Next clue, please. Living in America was the last top 10 hit for what famously hardworking man? James Brown? Okay. Please, Please, Please. South Carolina native, famous Flames. According to the second verse of his ubiquitous 1965 hit, what godfather of soul feels nice like sugar and spice? Before she was first lady in 1900, Lou Hoover served in a Chinese hospital during what revolt? A Chinese revolt in 1900? I apologize for being an ignorant American. The conversion of a Jade Emperor temple into a Catholic church. Sorry, is the music a little? I just realized I had it up for hype, not necessarily for background music. The conversion of a Jade Emperor temple into a Catholic church was an inciting incident in what particularly pugilistic predicament? Particularly pugilistic predicament. That's a mouthful. And also not a very helpful clue. Sadly, Joe Louis was born a couple decades too late and on the wrong continent to take part in what anti-foreign uprising? Joe Louis. I give up. The Boxer Rebellion. Okay. I'm an idiot. I don't know. That threw me. Is it Islev family created a machine called the Polarmatic in order to mass produce what chocolate coated treat? So I sometimes I'm really on these and sometimes I am not. Created a machine called the Polarmatic in order to mass produce what chocolate coated treat? Snowballs are like coconut covered, right? Chocolate coated treat. What's a mass-produced chocolate-coated treat? Donuts? As simple as donuts? No. Unfortunately not. Thousands of miles from Yukon, Mansfield, Ohio, was the birthplace of what ice cream novelty? Chocolate-coated treat? Like a... It's a specific chocolate coated ice cream novelty. Okay. Okay. Give me a minute here. I won't say, but you'll be surprised. Well, I mean, so you're assuming I won't get the right answer. I was gonna get there. Kung. I was gonna get there. But it was gonna take me a while to get there because I was gonna prove what I'd be willing to do to get to the answer of a Klondike bar. Technically that was some kind of weird hybrid between a Klondike and a Tootsie Pop, but the oldest and largest division of geological time is sometimes called the Cryptozoic, but more often the Mesozoic. The oldest and largest division of geological time is sometimes called the Cryptozoic. What if I told you it comes from the Latin name for whales and a popular serif font? Wingdings. I don't know. What? Why do I not know this? The Latin name for whales and a popular serif font. Yeah, Wingdings, right? It's Wingdings. Wingdings. And that it anagrams to manic bra. What? The oldest and largest division of geological time. Sometimes called the Cryptozoic, but the Why is this evading me? This is a bad night for Thrice. I feel bad, like when the letters are literally in front of me and I can't. Cambrian. That's embarrassing. We'll move on. A gal named George Sand wrote the 1832 novel Valentine, but is better known for her affair with what pianist? In 1832, a pianist? (1832) Mozart? I don't know. Was he more like what, 16s, late 16s, 1700s? 21 Nocturnes. Oh, is it? Died in Paris at 39. Shit. It's not WC. Every October, Warsaw hosts an international piano competition dedicated to what composer? I don't know. Bach. Chopin. This is one of my worst performances in Thrice. Okay, box office game to make up for it. Actually, no. Let's knock out Disorderly quick, and then we'll finish with what I hope will be an uplifting box office game. Take it back. Hold on. What year? Oh, did we do this? When does this reset? Did I do this so late yesterday that it's still on the daily? Or I did the daily like so early? Okay, so no Disorderly today. February 9th, 1990. Okay. 1990. This is going to be a reach. Warner Brothers, $9 million at the box office. He's LA Detective Mason Storm. That sounds familiar. 3 hired assassins left him for dead, and he's waited 7 years to even the score. 1990? You want the actor? That's more than a tagline. It's a Seagal flick? Oh no. Oh no, you were right. But what was he doing in 1990 that was making 10 million at the box office? Because now he's doing like straight to YouTube movies. Would a secondary actor help? Think about like 1990 Steven Seagal. We'll come back to that. We can come back. We don't have to waste guesses on that. You want to do Hard to Kill? We'll do Hard to Kill. Come on, there's no way you both know that. You're are we confirming years, or is everybody a giant Steven Seagal fan? Correct. Kelly LeBrock. Man, there's a great YouTube channel. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, but he does extended video essays on how terrible literally every single Steven Seagal movie is. They're really well done. I gotta find them. But it's like, they're like good, like 20 to 30 minute detailed reaction essays of, or I shouldn't say reaction. They're thought out essays about like how terrible the plot points are, or like the just missed points on set, like missing your mark. Okay, so Warner Brothers, 6 million, 32 total up to that point. The funny, touching, and totally irresistible story of a working relationship that became a 25-year friendship, starring Morgan Freeman. The funny, touching story of a working relationship that became a 25-year friendship. Who's he in it with? Jessica Tandy driving Miss Daisy. Working relationship became a 25-year friendship. Okay, Touchstone, 3 million, 9 million. She sacrificed her own dreams to make her daughter's dreams come true. Bette Midler. 1990 Bette Midler. I don't know, Beaches. It's a miss. She was in it with John Goodman. What was she in with John Goodman? And who else? That does not help. Trini Alvarado. Under Siege is amazing. They made a sequel to that. That's probably not necessary. Okay, I'm going to reveal all on this one. This is a tough one. Barmaid and Blue Blood have very little in common except they've fallen in love. When their relationship fails, decide to raise a child they had alone. But Jenny and Blank are far from the perfect mother-daughter pair. I don't know on this one. This one might be a loss. Okay, we'll come back. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a miss tonight. 1990, a true story. Sorry, I realized I might be in the way. A true story of innocence lost and courage found. Innocence lost and courage found with Tom Cruise. So is this the story of him marrying Katie Holmes and her having the courage to leave finally? Is that the timing of this? 1990? No, I guess not. A true story of innocence, allegedly. A true story of innocence lost and courage found. Wait, who's saying Basic Instinct? Basic Instinct would be Sharon Stone, Michael Douglas, right? Have we talked about my autism? Sometimes I don't, sometimes I can't tell. A true story of innocence lost and courage found. Tom Cruise and Raymond J. Barry, of course, the great Raymond J. Barry that everybody knows, right? Everybody knows Raymond J. Barry. Yeah. I'm a big fan of your work, Raymond J. Barry. And Caroline Cava. Innocence lost and courage found. Do we reveal the plot? Last Samurai. 1990, Tom Cruise. Reveal all. Oh, paralyzed in the Vietnam War. What is the name of that one? Oh, what is the name of that one? He's got the long. Does he have a long hair and a mustache in it? And the green camo shirt. There you go. Born the 4th of July. That's the one. Okay. We got a TriStar Pictures for $2 million. That's a pretty small release. Detective Max Stern is facing the greatest challenge of his career, his new partner. Gene Hackman, 1990. Dan Aykroyd and Gene Hackman file under things I learned today that existed. A movie with Gene Hackman and Dan Aykroyd? Loose Cannons? You just knew that right off the top of your head. Why do I not even remember this? I do not remember this. Okay. Where do we full screen here? Okay. I don't remember this. This is like, when was this? Mid 80s? I didn't notice. I'm gonna guess based on Aykroyd and Hackman here, like 87. Where is it? 1990. Ah. Was that somebody with a rocket launcher? What? What is going on? What is this movie? What is this movie? Dom DeLuise? Okay, this just made my short list, honestly. I forgot it was 1990s. Okay. That's wild. Okay. Does anybody want to venture a guess on a Bette Midler, John Goodman movie? What the actual hell? I'm pretty sure this is Google at this point, if anybody gets the answer on this one. Do we have anything that we haven't done in a bit? Did we do the daily? Here, I'll send everybody off with the munchies. Let's get hungry or disgusted, depending on what part of the world we get on the dailies. That is a bright jump, too. I should warn about that one. Food guesser. That looks relatively gross, honestly. I can't actually say what some of that stuff looks like. Or that. This is Asian, right? Like when it's really weird, I feel like it's Asian. I don't know if that's like, I'm gonna start in Japan here because like this looks like, I don't even know, some kind of, what is this? Shaved ice. This looks like a sponge in a dog dish with some boiled green beans on top. Julienne. Shaved ice, red beans, palm seed, sweet corn, grass jelly, evaporated milk, condensed milk. Dish is vibrant and refreshing dessert featuring shaved ice. Top of the variety ingredients typically includes red beans, sweet corn, jelly, palm seeds, drizzled condensed milk or syrup. This is just not an appealing look. I don't know. I'm gonna start overseas. We are cool and we need to head west. Italy. Ice cold, back to the east. Should I have started in Turkey? Also ice cold further east? I guess that wasn't really far enough from Italy to not be ice cold. So southwest of Japan. I'll go Indonesia. Borders. So Thailand? Oh, wait, what? Oh, what did we say? We said it was Indonesia. And then I said Thailand. I'm an idiot. That doesn't border. Wait, does that? Now I need to know. How am I remembering? Am I remembering really badly? Please don't be embarrassing memory. Please, like, just be on the other side. No. No. Where were we? We said what? Indonesia? And it was technically Malaysia? Where do they share a physical border? What? Thailand is north of Malaysia, so I wasn't horribly far off, but I'm not proud. I'm not proud. Flour, sugar, eggs, butter, quark, vanilla pudding, milk, cream, raisins, lemon zest, baking powder. The raisins are optional. Always leave them out if that is the case. Nobody wants optional raisins. Like, think about a dish right now. Any dish. Would you like that with raisins? Raisins, please. Probably not. Maybe I'm off. Maybe it's a bad take. Nobody gets time for raisins. Okay, dish is delightful cake featuring 3 distinct layers. The base consists of a yeast dough, firm foundation. The middle layer is a sweetened quark or cheesecake-like filling. adding a creamy texture. And finally, the top layer is a rich custard made of eggs, sugar, butter, baked to a golden perfection, often enjoyed with coffee. Let's go to Italy. We're hot. North of Italy, we're hot. France. Borders. Germany? Based on the name.
EHX. EHX.
That's not, I don't think that's right. What do we got? Round 3 of 3. Looks like a nice little appetizer to get started. What is in it though? Milk. Chenna? I'm running into stuff I've never heard of tonight. Chenna? Sugar, cardamom, saffron, optional. I mean, if they're doing it at a restaurant, throw the saffron in there. It's expensive. Dry fruits, rose water. Dish is a delightful dessert made from fresh paneer, cottage cheese, simmered in milk until thick and creamy. You had me until the cottage cheese. Sweetened with sugar, flavored with cardamom, fragrant touch, garnished with a handful of raisins. Get out of here! Slivers of almonds or pistachios. The raisins aren't optional, apparently. Not in the description, at least. Okay, so let's start in Turkey. We're cool and we need to head east southeast. So how far southeast is the question? We're cool. We're cool. We could jump to India and see what that gets us. I feel like these are throwing ender pearls sometimes. Nice. Okay.
Chanakuri.
Well, that wasn't terrible. It's a shame we've already done the disorderly. I wonder when that resets. It doesn't say, does it? We could knock out an archive, I guess, real quick while we're here. We're here. I think I can do this, chat. Sort these movies starring Tom Hanks by their critics' score on Rotten Tomatoes. I can do this. I can do this. Okay, we're going to put Gump up here for a minute because we're going to throw that on top of it for sure from a critic's perspective. Also, Green Mile above Gump. I don't know the extremely loud and incredibly close. I'm going to throw that down at the bottom. I'm going to put Toy Story right there, and I'm going to leave Da Vinci Code. I'm not going to overthink this. I'm nailing this right here. Got 0! I got 0, chat. 0! How? How did I get 0? Da Vinci Code at the bottom. Update. Okay. Okay. We're going to swap every 2. That's it. We were just mixed up. Really? Toy Story is really good. It really is. 100% critics. It was really, it was particularly impressive, especially at the time. It's one of the first completely computer animated movies, if not the first computer animated full motion picture. Yeah, I probably should have known that better. What can you do? I don't know. I wonder if this, how do I get back there? Is the city still running? It is. How do I get rid of that? So it's still running in the background. That's good. I wonder, do we dare zoom out and see if there's a fire or something happening? Are we good? Is everything still intact? It's been running this whole time. How are we at 10 million and making money and lots of demand for businesses? We'll figure that out next time. All right, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your Saturday and the rest of your weekend. Or whenever this is, the rest of whenever you're watching this back on VOD. I hope you have a great one. Tune back in. I try to go live for sure on Fridays and Saturdays and other nights when time allows, but it's almost always at 9 p.m. Eastern, so same time. Just here or there during the week, and definitely Fridays and Saturdays is the plan. But like, subscribe, all that jazz. Appreciate y'all. There were lots of fires tonight. There was no shortage of fires tonight, but nothing major while we were gone playing games, at least from what I could quickly tell. Although in the time we were gone, there could have been a massive fire on one of those strips, and it charred and grew back normal. It was running for a while. But every day it gets a little bit better, and I'm loving it. So stay tuned for more of this city and others. I forgot the name of this one for a minute. Plainville. We'll definitely go back to a few others. We'll be back in remastered Meander, but also I think it's time to start a new one in remastered. So I'm gonna go on the map hunting. If you've got recommendations, hit me up in the Discord, tinyurl.com/movethemouse. And join us over there and chat. But yeah, until the next one, I don't know. We will see you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tired. My brain is mush. It's been such a long day. I will see you next time. Move the Mouse, signing out.